Fellas, we're starting more Silver Snow Ironman. Welcome in. Who's all here? Scribbles to Kibbles, Arkle, Stithis, and Mushishwart. Welcome in. All of you. And all the VOD viewers, glad to have you in. We're continuing the Silver Snow Ironman. We're going to Chapter 2, The Thieves in the Red Canyon. Foreboding soundtrack etches. I don't know, I just picked anything. But yeah, no, we've done a pretty good job preparing for it. It's an Ironman, right? So we got to do it correct on the first go. You know, there's no restarting the chapter. There's no Divine Pulse. Kind of Riker 151, welcome in. Glad to have you. You know, there's none of that nonsense. So we got to do it right the first time. Thankfully, I think I have prepared adequately. I did the Sylvain recruit. Basically, the entire reason I went female bias was doing that. Here's hoping Chapter 2 isn't a wipe. There's no way Chapter 2 is a wipe. You know, I got my supports. Like, that's the thing. I actually built up a pretty shocking number of supports. I'm really pleased with myself. How many of those I managed to build. And that'll be pretty handy for gambit hit rate and also for weapon hit rate as well. Let's not forget that regular supports, you know, C supports do end up giving some plus hit when you do linked attacks. So that'll be pretty handy. But they also give like a crap ton of hit whenever you do gambit boosts. So as long as I really cross my T's, dot my I's, use the strong hard stats that are on Byleth and Sylvain right now, I should be all right. Chapter 2 white, come on. Don't you recall the Red Canyon? Yeah, no, that's never going to happen. It'll be a wipe for the Thieves. There we go. Absolutely no way do I lose. But I believe I left off last time. We had just done the auxiliary battle. At that week, we had done Raphael's birthday, the auxiliary battle, St. Mackerel Day. And I did manage to, thankfully, get Professor level D straight away, which is something that I usually have difficulty rigging, but I did manage to get it. So we have the extra activity point, we have the extra money going into next chapter. Wow, we have 3,000 gold going into next chapter. Holy crap. Wasn't it like, didn't have like 1,500 or something last time? It was something pathetic. Like now it's doubled to 3,000. Like that's so much more money. Okay, that should be pretty good. I don't think I'm going to try to greed out any intermediate seals. There is sort of a like a minigame or a balancing act you can do where if you desire, you can go to the marketplace, into the item menu, into the item shop, and buy some intermediate seals. Then again, I have 7,000 gold, so maybe I do. And then anyway, just buy some intermediate seals. And the reason to do this is because intermediate seals are limited per chapter. You only get 3 per chapter. And for a while, I don't remember. I think it's like chapter 8 is when it gets updated, so you can just buy as many as you want. In any case, the long-term greedy plan that you can do here is you can just buy a crap ton of intermediate seals. You can just spend 3,000 on intermediate seals if you want. Originally, I thought I had way less money than this, but apparently, I mean, let me get rid of my webcam so you can actually see how much money I have. I have 7,460 gold. Just to prove it, where the heck is my thing? There we go. Just to prove it, I have 7,460 gold. So you can see I'm rich. All right, like I don't think I should be shy with my money. But even then, I don't actually see a reason to like shell out a crap ton for these here. For one, I do want to purchase some battalions next map. I want to get Empire Knights, like for example. I do want to make sure I get the Empire Knights. Among other things, I want the Saracen ones. Really, I want nearly all of the battalions that are for sale. So I actually do need to save up some cash for that. I do want probably a second Iron Shield. 5th glyph activation, okay. Let's see. I do want a... I do want an additional iron blocking thingy. I think that will... I think that will aid our army in this upcoming map. Against... Oh, gosh. What do my... What do... Chapter 2's bad guys. Chapter 2's bad guy. Oh, chapter. Dang it. Iron blocking thingy, yeah. For the 4K points, iron blocking thingy. Yeah, that's hard. But yeah, I do want that additional iron blocking thingy. Of that, I am just totally... Gosh, dang. Kind of... I can't say anything in past tense. Tense, dang it. It's quite difficult, but no. All right, second Iron Shield is what I'm gonna do. Yes, the bad guys in the upcoming map. Here's what I'm gonna do. But I have so much money that maybe I do purchase one. Nah. I mean, here's the thing. It's actually gonna be like so long before I need intermediate seals, and even then, I'm pretty sure I can just wait until chapter 3 and then begin purchasing there. For one, I've got a couple already, and also, I don't think this is gonna be the kind of run that's gonna like bang out a bunch of intermediate certs, which is really the reason why one would want Fiddly. They're Fiddly. Guess so. Yeah, like. The main reason one would want a bunch of intermediate certs is if you have like a massive team of units, all of whom want Death Blow, and all of whom want Hit plus 20, and all of whom want Darting Blow if they're women. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the reason to get 100 million gazillion intermediate seals, and I'm pretty sure I'm not doing that. But what I am doing is I'm giving everybody like Thief cert and Armor Knight cert, and then putting them into Cavalier, so maybe I actually do. Gosh, it's hard to say. I guess I have 5,000 gold from the other thing. Let me purchase like... Let me take a look at this. So for one, I'm just going to go ahead and do the seminar. There's no reason for me to make the purchasing decisions now. I can literally just get into the map and then make the purchasing decisions there. So how about instead I just go ahead and do the seminar? I believe I was planning to do the Hanneman seminar. The Hanneman seminar, I could have done the Eloise seminar, I guess, but not present. The Hanneman seminar gives bow and reason. This is very good for a lot of my units. So let's see here who even like mildly stands to profit from a bow reason seminar. Linhardt, of course, does. Bernadetta, I believe I should go ahead and switch her to Lance Bow just for the moment so she shows up in the Bow Reason seminar. It should be mentioned, by the way, that when you do the seminar, the students who attend are not random. It's based off of goals. I don't exactly know how the algorithm works to determine like who shows up in case there's more than 6 units who want to attend or more than 5 units who want to attend. But you can just edit the goals in this screen in order to modify who will show up in the seminar. And as you're modifying who shows up in the seminar, after you do that, like there's never a point where the goals will like proc before you can change their goals back. So you can just do this at no cost. Blade, what's up, Hyper Franchise? Welcome in. Glad to have you. Petra as well, I think, needs to do something like Lance, whatever, Sword Bow. Okay, just go in Sword Bow just for the moment. How many people are in this seminar right now? Currently, all these jokers. Is there anyone on Earth whom I can think of who would like to have bow and or reason, other than these guys? I don't really think so, yeah? I mean, I guess Sylvain, but no, that doesn't actually do anything. Like, I'm pretty sure everybody for whom bow or reason could be even, like, moderately relevant is attending the seminar right now. So let's just go ahead and run this. I guess there is something about motivation, but this seems like such a trivial point. Nice to see you streaming again. Garnyu, welcome in. And with the Prime
nice
sub.
To see you streaming again.
That's right. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, Garnyu. Yeah, no, I was like 800 hours. Never knew you could do that. Wow. Yeah, it's yeah, the seminar is just like you can just modify the goals and it'll determine who shows up. I mean, it makes sense to me. Seminar units of the player wants goals set to. I think I know what you mean. I don't I wasn't so confident repeating the message. Like, wait a minute, I think the RAM is off. Whatever, who cares? Like we all know. Wording bad, plain squish. There we go. There we go. We've made peace with it. But yeah, you can just modify the goals, and then. Basically, the goals will never, ever be relevant sometime after. So if you want to just set it back to whatever they were prior to the seminar, you can just go ahead and do that as well. Now, a lot of units don't really actually get that much from the seminar because Hanneman's weapon ranks are pretty crap. The amount of EXP you gain from the seminar is dependent on the difference between the instructor's weapon ranks and your weapon ranks. So it's like actually kind of bad here, if I'm going to be real. But you know what? We do get... I think we get bow rank and reason rank on people, and it all works out. So Hubert should get curve shot. He should get Meyer. I don't really know. Bernadetta should get something. I think Petra should get something. I don't really know what Dorothea is going to get, but everybody's going to get some rank. It is pretty useless on Byleth. Like, none of this stuff is very relevant at all on Byleth. In fact, let me actually take a look at Byleth's authority rank. Because I was about to say, I do want somebody with C authority going into Chapter 3, because I want Empire Knights. Empire Knights is just a very strong battalion. Good morning, gamers. What's up, Lawpros? Morning, golly. I didn't know where Lawpros is. But Empire Knights is just a very strong battalion, so in simple terms, Sedith is the only one who gives good ranks. I mean, like, here's the thing in this. I actually find that I do the Hanneman seminar pretty frequently. A lot of people like Sedith, but yeah, you guys, yeah, Sedith has C and C, so he gives, like, a little bit better. Lapras lives, yeah, Lapras back. Welcome back, Lapras. Since Bo learns curve shot, is learning it simply just a math class? Yo, yeah, they teach you physics. I mean, maybe, probably in archery. I don't know. From a number of Wex perspective, yeah, I said it's best. Yeah, exactly. It also does depend on whether or not you have a boon or a bane in the skill that's being taught, right? Like, that also determines how much is going on. Also, hi, Raisins, what's up? It's Papalato. Welcome back in. But yeah, that's what goes on. So yeah, from the just purely Wex perspective, this one is the best. This one's actually not too bad, all told, because you can stuff 6 students in there. And then you can give them some authority rank as well, so it's not too bad. Madam Mooney, welcome back. Holy crap. Just whatever ranks you care about. Yeah, exactly. Like, the thing is, you know, Sedith does not give as much bow rank as Hanneman does, and Hanneman's the one who's giving me the bow rank. And I think the bow rank is the most useful right now. I think I would maybe have liked to get some authority rank on Byleth, but I think the authority rank can come later. Later tutors can do much better for a single weapon type. The later ones, yeah. It really just depends. But in any case, I think I'm pretty fine with this setup. Just go ahead and ship the Hanneman Seminar. I think this is a pretty unprofitable motivation boost, but whatever. Like, I'm not really gonna get caught up in it. Yeah, but now authority can fall on later. I actually am somewhat concerned about my ability to get C rank authority on literally any of my units by the time chapter 3 rolls around.
Perhaps I've been well taught.
Yeah, I think everybody learns something here. Yeah, Hubert learns Meyer and Curve Shot, which is just insane. I've been low rating Engage, by the way. I may continue that later. It's just I've done nothing but low rating Engage for a while, and I wanted to do something new. Really, I wanted to play 3 Houses again, because I really like 3 Houses. And it's like, well, I haven't done this yet, so let's go ahead and do this. Let's put my knowledge to the test, right? I may continue that later, we'll just know. 3DS FE. Oh, yeah, crap, I did promise I'll do that. Oopsies. Maybe as I stream more, we'll do more. But yeah, he learned Meyer and Curve Shot, which is pretty good. Let's see what else.
Not a total waste.
Lenhart learns the spells. Wow. Does everybody learn something? So this is 1, 2. Do we get 3, 4, and 5?
Hope this is good for something.
Oh, prowess, I guess. Whatever.
I'm closing in on
Okay, Dorothea didn't actually learn anything, but she did earn some reason EXP, which is like better than what anyone else could have gotten from this, right? So I don't mind this whatsoever. This looks pretty good to me. Man, this reason rank is actually pretty garbage, huh? Like seriously, bow prowess, whatever. I mean, like, yeah, it's some soft stats, but +3 hit though. Yo, true, +3 hit. Remember all those times when I was like shipping 97s in the other map? There we go. I think that +3 hit would be pretty handy. Yeah, it's good to me. Soft stats equals Asuna, yeah. Motivation pennies increased by 50%. That's right. Can we go here? I don't know whose birthday this is, but I'm gonna say no to it anyway. Mercedes. Really gonna say no to it. Okay, what happens now? We're gonna go here. Perfect timing, Professor. Oh, I could have maybe got some support points with Edelgard. That could have been nice. Even though I'm going Silver Snow, support points with the Edelgard are still good, right? At the end of the day, like, if I get support points with Edelgard, I might get plus hit and plus avoid and like plus gambit hit and whatnot when I have her nearby. And if I don't, then I don't get that. So obviously I should get plus support with Edelgard. Good to see Raisin stream again. Yeah, it's good to have you back in, Madam Mooney. I'm just setting it changes everything since you would have also have missed. What? What do you mean it's Papalato? Remember the 75% miss? Yeah. I missed like several 75s in a row. I was like, what the heck, dude? What's going on? But nah, I mean, it's pretty fine. So I will say as well, even though I'm like totally a proponent of the whole like Jake and Edelgard thing, like, yeah, just use Edelgard. Whatever, who cares if she leaves? Just go ahead and use her. I haven't really like found any good excuses or opportunities to do that. I guess her stats are good though, right? I mean, at the end of the day, she has like 29 HP. I shouldn't be looking at like, oh man, these guys suck. Like, no, she has 29 HP, man. Like, this is kind of a good unit, I guess. I guess one thing is though, I have been training her in heavy armor, which is like kind of sucking, right? It's not really that good. Her authority, like even her authority isn't going to be C rank by that time. She earned Archer Cert? Who earned Archer Cert? Silver Snow is Edelroot, or are you going with the Dragon Mommy? So Silver Snow is the one where you side against Edelgard. Crimson Flower is the one where you side with Edelgard. So Edelgard will be leaving. And sometimes it's common wisdom to like, don't use Edelgard whatsoever, don't use Hubert whatsoever, because they leave you. Oh, spoilers, they leave you. Do I have the spoilers tag, by the way? This is actually really important. Am I streaming with the spoiler? Yes, I am. I just realized, like, that's actually kind of important. What was I saying? Yeah, there's some people who are like, oh, I never use them because they leave, but it's like, I don't know, what if you just like, what if using them kills the enemies? That seems good. I don't know. Like, yeah, they leave in chapter 12, but you have to get to chapter 12, and to beat chapter 12, you have to beat chapters 1 through 11. So how about we, you know, here. I guess like I did use her in chapter 1 a bit, but it's actually been kind of hard to find excuses to use her. I think my other units have just been perfectly adequate. Sure, one of them is Ferdinand von Eyre. One of them is Petra, who earned plus strength. Pretty good. You see the absolute power level, the ones who are going to leave, yeah, exactly. And then Spyleth as well is actually quite strong. 14 strength, 10 speed. Quite good. Yeah, sounds good to me. We also got a fair bit of EXP on the Church of Sarah soldiers, as well as the other 2 bats. Where are they right now? The Gerald's mercenaries are 228, and the Sarah's mercenaries are 260. Sometimes it feels like leveling up the bats is like just as important, if not more important, as leveling up the units, right? I normally just put her on Faith off or Super Snow. Dang, was she was not? Edelgard is still how strong? Yeah, exactly. I was trying to go for like some simple, you know, authority for Sea Authority, weight -3, see if I could maybe do some like Iron Axe, Empire Knights type of stuff, but I don't know if that sort of thing is actually going to be that good. At the end of the day, I mean, it's pretty powerful for chapter 3, but for 1, will she even get it? I understand that she has goals and she has the ability to train towards this kind of thing, but I don't know, it's actually kind of tricky. I don't really have much confidence in her ability to get. Is it C for weight -3? Leveling up bats equals guaranteed movable hard stats, even more, yeah, and more soft stats as well, more everything, right? So could be pretty good. And yeah, they're guaranteed stats. So I think I missed out on like 1 gambit that I could have fired, and if I had fired that 1 gambit, then I would have had like a lot more battalion EXP. Instead, I'm like maybe only a quarter of the way up to max level, but we should be pretty good going in here. So yeah, looking here, I don't really see any reason to deviate any of these students from anything. Let's just go in here. Red Cannon Dominance. And I've already purchased the other Iron Shield. One thing I may need to look at is vulneraries. I'm pretty fine purchasing vulneraries. I understand you like just get a massive heap of vulneraries dropped on you, and so like maybe you should use those, but I don't know. Also, if I need to purchase them, I'll just purchase them. It's not like gold is like that much of an issue, right? Who the heck has the bullion? Ferdinand von Eyre? Okay, Ferdinand von Eyre is the one who's rich. Whoops, that's Sylvain. Where is my bullion? Found it. It's at the very bottom. I should have hit up. Someone's already tapping. You should have just hit up. Like, whatever, man. Keeper -3. Ugh, ouch. Yeah, it's going to be a minute. I mean, like, am I seriously going to be able to get freaking, like, Sea Authority, Sea Armor on this unit by then? Like, where did she start, even? Like, look, she's only this far through D. You're telling me that in this month she managed to get this far through D, and now she needs to actually get through C? And I'm not really, like, you know, using her a whole lot either, so... You know, it's not as though this is super good, right? If she has a Rapier equipped right now. She has AS5. What are these guys? AS9, AS9. Okay, cool. I did feel like I prepared pretty well with this plus defense cook and with Sylvain and Byleth out here. Speaking of Sylvain, where is Sylvain? Apparently Sylvain is benched. So we have to bench one of our beautiful units. Probably going to be Caspar, if I'm real. I guess Caspar does have this whole Born Fighter thing. I wonder how good that is. But Hubert has spells, and maybe that's just better. He also has curve shots. Maybe that's better. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and bench Caspar for the moment. Seems pretty simple to me. He just doesn't look like the most useful unit for the moment. And the thing is, like, if he's not good here, he's probably not good anywhere. So, you know, I don't know. Maybe there's a chapter where this Caspar guy would be pretty useful. We need Caspar when we got Ferdinand von Eyre. This single chapter scaling away for 3 hours of Maddening. The enemy density is cranked up to 20. Yeah, this is... I mean, I think when I put out the live ping in my Discord and whatnot, I called this the hardest chapter in the game. And I kind of believe it. This is basically the hardest chapter in the game, right? This thick gambit hit. Ferdinand von Eyre. It's well designed. The first 2 waves are good intro to the difficulty. Yeah. Here you go. Just get up here. Deal with the thieves quick as you can. All right, should be all right. Oh, we do have this unit. He has 10 AS and 17 attack. That does not kill Bernadetta, which is pretty nice. So I don't know if that's a like Bernadetta leveled HP or something thing. No, because I remember she's level 2 and she got like a Dex Luck or something. Something horrible, right? I don't remember what she got. It was like Luck Res or Luck Charm or something. It was something absolutely atrocious. So anyways, base Bernadetta does not die to that unit. So we can just go ahead and just put her in range of this guy, activate Persecution Complex. She got Charm and something else. Yeah, it was really bad. Everyone was like, this level up sucked. Even Kirby Master, who's like, you know, gonna pop off every time you get a luck level or a dex level or something, which is like ridiculous. You shouldn't. The stats suck. But Kirby Master pops off when you see those. And even Kirby Master was like, that level sucked. Like, it was awful. What's going on here? So we have 100 hit, we have some Sev, we can equip the bow, blah, blah, blah. Just to be sure on this, so 17 minus 5 is 12, times 2 is 24, and yes, she doesn't die to that, cool. All right, and I don't really feel like giving her a battalion, like let's just have this unit here. Maybe like with a battalion, she would be able to do some things, but like what's the point? I can't really see the support ranks here very clearly, so let's just go ahead and open this up. So I have a C support with Ferdinand, Bernadetta, and Dorothea. These are very good linked attacks right here. with Ferdinand. Ferdinand has one with Fergie, Bernadetta, Dorothea, and Petra. Lots of good supports here. And who's going to be the third person holding a gambit, or holding a battalion? It's probably Sylvain. Sylvain will have pretty bad gambit hit rate, so probably he should just have the Cirrus Mercenaries. Really what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to make sure you have the Iron Shield and you have an Iron Shield as well. I gave you a Leather Shield, but I actually want to give you an Iron Shield. So this should be good here. Let's go ahead and check. If you have the Cirrus Mercenaries, how much protection do you have? You have the Cirrus Mercenaries, you have the Church Soldiers. This is a good mix right here. I feel personally called out. Ferdinand von Eyre? Yes, he will. He will have the Gerald's Mercenaries this time. And the reason that he will have the Gerald's Mercenaries is because there's actually pretty remarkably high gambit hit rate between Confidence and Rally Charm from Dorothea. He has really strong power from this Assault Troop Gambit. It's, how do I just say? There it is, Assault Troop Gambit. This is really, in my mind, Dodge Tank? Whoa. Remove Poison Strike from the first wave and it might be okay, but 3 enemies to 2 top bridge is pretty absurd for the second official chapter. Oh yeah, just walk up there and get them. Average scrubs usually need 3 to take down an enemy. You gotta hit them. I don't know, you gotta show up with a plan. The point, right? But I feel pretty well prepared for this, so. But in any case, yeah, I think, if I'm being real, I think the J-Merc stats just kind of suck. Like, what is this? My camera's kind of covering it. It's plus attack, plus crit, and plus avoid. Like, I think these stats really suck, if I'm gonna be honest. It just, like, you show up, and your hit is some number between 1 and 99, and your crit is some number between 1 and 99, and the enemy hit is some number between 1 and 99. So it's like, what's gonna happen in this combat? Nobody knows. Like, literally nobody has any clue what's going to happen in this combat. Playing Zeta Guard debate, if anything, she dies. Yeah, exactly. Just, clearly she's just expendable, right? Because she leaves, so we can kill Zeta Guard off anytime we want. But yeah, it's like... What's the stats on this bat kind of suck. I guess there's like the whole Dodge Tank Von Eyre build, but I'm not really a believer in that. I'm going to be real. If you grind on the first auxiliary battle, you can get a unit with Swift Strikes, Playing Volley, plus level battalion to kill more efficiently. There's a lot of things you can do. Yeah, what's up, Laboratory? Welcome in. The Mia. Holy crap. What is this Mia from? Windsweep. Glad to see you in here, Laboratory. Yeah, it is definitely possible to, like, it would have been possible for her to grind Ferdinand or grind Sylvain up to Swift Strikes. Obviously, I don't think it's in the rules, but it's kind of like unwritten in the rules. I'm not going to do any kind of like sandbagging grinding nonsense or anything, especially not broken weapon grinding. I'm simply not going to do that sort of thing. Yes, I could have done it, but I'm just going to, for arbitrary reasons, choose to not do it. This pen actually has the best stats, the one you have. It just happens to not include hit. Oh, really? I far prefer the other stats. Like, I far prefer just like the +3 pop, +3 resilience from the Church Soldiers, or like the plus attack, plus hit from the Cirrus Mercenaries. Like, I really strongly prefer both of those stat spreads than this one. Like, yeah, this one has the most numbers on it, but like, plus crit, plus avoid, I don't really, like, look at the end result that creates. I don't really care about it. But I do like the Gambit, and because I do like the Gambit, I'm going to go ahead and put it on Ferdinand, who's built up a crap ton of supports, who has this Rally Charm, who has confidence, and can hit it very reliably. We find how early you get it, since it's a filler battalion to get the really good ones. Yeah, I think, like, at some point you should graduate from it until, like, at some point, you're going to have some, like, grounded... You're going to have some desire to use, like, a grounded bat plus avoid, I guess, maybe. And in that case, it's pretty fine. It's one of the things where it's, like, on a Dancer, usually people just, like, equip the J-Mercs and forget about it, because, like, what else are you going to do? I'd agree the others have better stat spreads. This one does have a lot of total numbers. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a lot of numbers on this thing. I'm not going to, you know, debate that, but... like, there's a reason that my 2 fighting units are getting the other battalions, and my guy with the high Gambit hit is getting this one. I can definitely view this as more the utility Gambit. What was I doing? Like, if I were to just characterize them in my mind, that's what I would do. I'd be like, yeah, the Churches are soldiers and the Cirrus Mercenaries, those are the fighting ones, and the J-Mercs is this guy with, like, the nice kind of, like, utility Gambit, as it were. What's going on here? Anyway, Bernadette is going to get, boom, attacked on turn 1. Should be good. That puts her down into instant persecution complex range. And then everyone else, I don't really know what I'm going to do here. So we have AS9. I should probably give it like a tiny amount of thought what I'm going to do here. I'm pretty sure you move first and then you move on behind him, right? I don't know if they move... I don't really know the move order. I mean, is the move order like super relevant? Okay, for one, do I need to purchase anything? Let's go ahead and do a quick vulnerary check. How many of those do I have? I have 1, 2, 4, so 12 plus 10, so 22. I have 24 vulneraries left. I have plenty. Also, I have Dorothea Songstress, so like, how many vulneraries do I need, actually? What if I don't need Linhardt, actually? I don't know, Linhardt is win, that's kind of cool. What if I prefer Caspar, however? Let's give it a think. Do I prefer Caspar or do I prefer Linhardt? Maybe Linhardt sucks. Is that true? No way, right? He has wind. How bad can he be? What's his attack with wind, anyway? If they were to have him equip this, this tome, as it were. 12 attack with wind. How much damage does that do? Like 9, 9, 9? 9 to basically everybody here, right? Yeah, like literally every enemy has 3 resilience, except the ones who have 5. But most of them have 3. So he's doing like 9 damage that many times. Is that any good? Here's Iron Sword Plus. That's like kind of cute, but not really. How is this? This is 15. He doesn't suck, he blows. Get out of here, Arkle. Oh, he's alright. Like, I don't know. At least Wind has 6 casts and has like high hit. Yeah, it has crit as well, but you know what? If I get a surprise crit and Linhardt like steals a kill, I'm not even that mad, all told. Like at the end of the day, it's getting him a level up. Surely Linhardt can use level ups well, right? I don't know. Really have no idea. Sure, there's ways to do it. Because it isn't really my pace. One-click Maddening is fine. Even the way I did it was beyond scuffed. Oh no. Don't tell me there were snipers involved. What's going on here? So I wonder actually if it is Linhardt. Or if it is Caspar. So here's the thing. Okay, imagine for a second I deploy Caspar, right? Now what? So I deploy Caspar. We have Born Fighter. What does this do? Basically nothing, right? Look at this. He can't even like use gauntlets. Or I guess I have a pair of training gauntlets I can give him. Do I even own a pair of training gauntlets? No, I own a pair of iron gauntlets, but he actually gets weighed down too strongly by the iron gauntlets because he sucks. Where are my... I'm gonna buy a pair of these. 240 gold, man, who cares? Anything to get him level 5? Level 5? Does he get a level 5? Oh, I guess he gets doubled spellcasts. That is pretty good. See, now he has A at 6, so now he's not getting, like, doubled by these guys, at least. Actually, imagine if for a moment he were to get doubled. What would happen? 19 minus 7 is 12. Times 2 actually doesn't kill him. So, you know what? What if I just don't even care about this whole, oh, Caspar's getting doubled thing? And he has Born Fighter. What does that do? So it gives these guys minus 10 avoid. So they have 6 avoid. Can I get my guys, like, 106 hit with their weapons? I think the answer for most of them is yes. Like, look at these hit rate values, right? I mean, yeah, this one's kind of cringe, but, you know, like, I don't have a lance prowess. Also, I, you know, could just equip a sword. I don't know. I could use a chain. I could use a linked attack. I think those are fine. And they might be useful later. Caspar are never useful. Therefore, Caspar is more expendable, and so is a better deploy. Nah, Caspar is actually, like, pretty important, because he tanks the Death Knight at base, right? So maybe, therefore, I deploy Linhardt. Caspar can. It's actually, like, it's actually quite incredible that he's able to do it. Then hitting Monk, yeah. Once you get Monk, you get double spellcast on Linhardt. Then it is, like, a little bit easier to level him up, but, like, you know... The thing is, if I can get him level 5, then, you know... Do I need the extra help from Monk? Maybe I get the extra help from Monk. Whether I need it or not is irrelevant. I get access to it, and it helps. So, I just use it, right? Anyway, Edelgard has the Rapier. That's probably misplaced. Rapier should probably go on someone else. I don't know who it should go on, but... No, somebody, basically. AS2, AS10. Is there any weapon she can equip that keeps her from getting doubled? No. Did a very skip version of what Mecha did. Something with Sylvia Throne is very chaotic, I remember. Holy. Violet solo. I'm trying to remember, like, what happened to his Violet from the Violet solo. Was it even any good? Yeah, I was sitting here. I remember getting defense first level, and I was popping up like, oh my god, this is the defensive Violet. Fate's Camilla solo? Oh dear. Wait, how did you get a Rapier? From the Pagan Altar. So this is a playthrough with DLC. And in the DLC, there's a Pagan Altar where you can spend Renown on weapons. I do really like spending Renown on weapons. I think it's pretty good. I got a Rapier, I got a Steel Bow Plus, and someone around here is a Steel Lance Plus. Where's a Steel Lance Plus? Watch it still be in Convoy or some garbage like that. I'm pretty sure it's not Convoy, matter of fact. Yeah, somehow I, like, purchased some... I mean, to be fair, it was in Convoy against, like, the freaking doo-doo soldiers in the other map. Like, you can't really blame me, right? Oh, yeah. He's a pagan. He's a pagan. I'm vegan. What? I don't know. I got nothing. In any case, so we do that. Bam, bam, bam. These guys move up. I don't really know the move order or the move locations or whatnot, but it should actually be pretty easy, in my opinion, to just get my units in position to kill them. So I don't really have anything from you. I guess I have Wrath Strike. Maybe just for the time being, give myself the Rapier just because it's like a big weapon, or like the Steel Sword. Why not all of the above, right? Like, just because it's a big weapon. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be needing Ferdinand at all. Or not, I mean, like, I'm going to be needing him later, but rather his Gambit. I don't think I need anybody's Gambit to begin with, so... the placement of the Black Eagle Pendant is not really something I'm, like, super going to be concerned about. I guess one thing I could do is actually... Here's what I could do. I could give the Black Eagle Pendant to Dorothea, Because Dorothea has support with... Does she have support with all the people casting Gambits? No, I think the person who has support with all the people casting Gambits is actually Bernadetta. So I think what I want to do is I actually want to give the Black Eagle Pennant to Bernadetta. And Bernadetta also knows Curve Shot. So what I can do with that is whoever's going to fire the Gambit can just grab it from Bernadetta before they fire the Gambit. I'm going to give her the Black Eagle Pennant for the moment. I don't really know who else should be getting stuff like Leather Shield and whatnot. I can go ahead and put this away. Just somebody should get Leather Shield. It's kind of like better than being a convoy. Like, it doesn't really matter too strongly where it goes. We have Iron Sword, Training Sword, Iron Axe, this. Okay, we should maybe see if we can get a bow for Petra. Because we have Curve Shot on a couple people. I wonder if I just purchased a couple Iron Bows. Like, okay, cool. We just have Iron Bows. Probably. I don't think Training Bows I could. Let me just go ahead and purchase Iron Bow. Do I purchase Steel Bow? Iron Bow, the difference in hit between them is like so minor, and then like I don't really, if I'm good at counterattack, I'll just trade the Iron Bow over to them. First of all, I don't even think I can counterattack anybody except like the Nosferatu Priest. Who cares? I'll just go ahead and get a Steel Bow here. Just get a Steel Bow for you and a Steel Bow for Hubert.
Thanks a bunch.
I've already got enough Iron Bows. But I can purchase this and purchase this, and this should be enough Steel Bows for like the whole game too, basically.
Is that the one?
I guess with like Mini Bow, I'm not too pleased with Mini Bow. It's like kind of a crap weapon right now, if I'm being honest with you. I just don't really think it's that good.
Come back.
Oh, counterattacking at 1-2 range. If I want to counterattack somebody, either I can or I can't. Either they have 1 range or 2 range, in which case I can counterattack them, or they have 3 range, in which case I can't. So like, what's the point of doing something like Mini Bow? I just don't really think it's that useful. Like, I'm trying to think, like, what would I do? Like, run into the middle of this enemy group and be like, oh, I'm gonna Mini Bow down these guys. Actually, it doesn't even sound too bad. When I think of it. First of all, you have 10 attack. And you have how much? You have 16 attack? Yeah, this actually doesn't sound too bad. What if I did just like Mini Bow? Right? You have 10 crit. But think for a moment, right? We have Sylvain. Where's Sylvain? Found Sylvain. Okay. We have Sylvain. He has 8 defense, 10 prop from the thing. That's 6x2 that he's taking. Let's equips the Mini Bow. He can put it down to 4x2, I think, if he levels up the Cerus Mercenaries Battalion a bit. I don't really know how we're going to level up the Cerus Mercenaries Battalion or how much we're going to level up the Cerus Mercenaries Battalion by then, but I mean, no. I'm going to get maybe like a Pure Water, I guess. I'm going to buy a Pure Water for next chapter anyway, so I might as well buy one now.
Is that the one? Thanks a bunch.
I won't use the same logic for the torch, though.
Come back.
Mini Bow is solid. Solid? Oh, I just kind of like spent the whole like past couple minutes slandering it in this map. I just don't really think it's that good. I guess that like it counterattacks at 1 range and builds bow EXP, but that's like the nicest thing I have to say about it legitimately. Unless it has just like good stats for a 1 range weapon. Let me actually check. Maybe it has good stats for a 1 range weapon. I haven't really thought about that. Like what if just counterattacking with the Mini Bow is just good, right? 4 might, 90 hit, 3 weight. Yeah, actually this is just good because just purchase this. Like that seems pretty good. 3 weight, 4 might? Yeah, sure. I'll just go ahead and do that. Can I make follow up attacks at 1 space away? I can't do that against thieves anyway, so just go ahead and purchase this.
Thanks.
Buy 1 Mini Bow. I don't really know who's going to be using this Mini Bow. Okay, how much crit do these thieves have? So it was 10, right? 10 crit. Does anybody have just like 10 luck? Like Byleth maybe? Am I seriously building bow rank on Byleth? To what end? Like, why am I building bow rank on Byleth? That's not going to be useful for anything whatsoever. I'd rather just use the lance. Why did I buy the Mini Bow? Who's using the Mini Bow? What was the point? I just like slam purchased a Mini Bow without even thinking. And now I'm like, why did I do that? Legitimately, I think this thing is going to remain 50 uses for the entire rest of the game. That was like such an awful decision. Just completely impulsive buy. Maybe Edelgard. I guess Edelgard could use the Mini Bow. Right? I guess. But then she gets crit, right? 16 minus 7 is 9 times 4 does kill, so I can't really do that. I can't use it anyways. Oh, wait a minute. Mini Bow worth buying? What a whirlwind. And then I just went trash down it anyway. Oh, right, because it's D-rank bows, so like, who can even use it? I guess Petra? Maybe Petra. Actually, it might be good on Petra. Think about it, right? Because she has 7 defense and a bow prowess. Give it to Petra. There we go. Maybe Petra can use it. I mean, she can use it. Like, I literally see right in front of me, she is legally allowed to use this item. So now what happens? She has Steel Bow, she has Mini Bow. What does she curve shots with that? Let me just use it. Is Maniac doable for first runners? A bad idea? I mean, it's doable. Like, there's no move I'm making that you cannot legally make for a first run. I will say it's a lot easier to do Maddening if you have like some just very simple game knowledge. Things like, what are the chapters going to be like? Things like, oh, 3 has Ironman. Let me enable the chat bot. Yeah. Whoops. What's up, Alphon? Thank you for reminding me that I need to enable the chat bot. How the heck do I... Oh, one sec, actually. I need to make this thing like... That was my computer, not yours, by the way. What was the thing? Once this thing is up and running, we should be good to go. For the 3 hours Ironman, the only special rule is, like, I'm not going to be doing any ox battles, and if I visit more than once the monastery, then my... additional visits beyond the first can only like cook once. They can't do any gardening. They can't do any like support building, whatever. Well, I guess cooking is building supports, but like they can't do any dinner or anything like that. There we go. Okay, cool. And then obviously I can't use like Divine Pulse or load the older saves because it's not right. What was I saying? Lambo 6-5, is it doable? Getting some basic game knowledge, things like, you know, what are the maps going to be like? Where are the characters? Where are the items? How do the classes work? Stuff like that is like pretty handy. If you just have that knowledge, whether from, you know, reading things online or watching my streams or something, and you feel confident in it, then sure, go ahead, like you can do it. I would say just make sure that you save in different slots. Maybe unpopular opinion, you should never play a game at the highest difficulty on your first playthrough. I mean, I think that's like generally fine advice. I think it would depend. I probably would have enjoyed Engage a lot less if my first playthrough had been on hard mode as opposed to maddening. It does really depend on the game. Like, I think some games are just like, frankly, some games are easier than others, right? Like if someone came up to me and was asking, like, and they played a bunch of Fire Emblem games, but they hadn't played Sacred Stones, they're like, what difficulty should I play Sacred Stones on? I'd say hard mode. Because, like, Sacred Stones is not that hard, even when you put it on hard mode. So, like, that one's fine. But, you know, surely there are some games out there where it's like, okay, maybe you should just, like, take it a bit easier. You know, like XCOM or something, I'll be like, don't play on Legends to begin with or whatever. Why not do auxiliary battles? Does it not behoove you to get some extra oomph, or does it move away from your ideas of the run? Golly. Jeez, Papalato. Making good use of that pun license there. Yeah, like, depends on the game. I can think of a couple game examples where, you know, if someone came to me, like, really, it depends on you and it depends on the game, right? I mean, like, just have some awareness of what you want and what you're able to do and what you're able to look up and whatnot, and just kind of, like, apply that. I think this just depends too much to be able to make blanket statements. I will say Three Houses is one where, you know, a lot of the knowledge in Three Houses that you can use on Maddening is just like basic knowledge you can build by playing the game. But a yak there is Papalato. Final Fantasy TA2 hard mode doesn't differ much from normal modes. Yeah, just an example. Do you remember that first Engage hard mode run? Lol. So the first Engage hard mode run, I did like the first 6 chapters. I think, yeah, I literally played like chapters 1 through 6, or no, I think I played chapters 1 through 7, and after I played chapters 1 through 7, I was like, let me just try maddening. Like, just off stream, I tried maddening mode, and I enjoyed maddening mode way more. Like, literally just playing off stream maddening mode, I just got to chapter 7 so quickly because I was enjoying the game so much in maddening mode that I was like, well, let me just continue, right? Like, if I played 1 through 7 on hard mode, and I played 1 through 7 on maddening mode, and have a chapter 7 hard mode save, and have a chapter 7 maddening mode save, and I'm enjoying the maddening mode, one more, I'll just play maddening. Milking that pun license, yeah, exactly. But yeah, Lambo 6 Wives, it really just depends on how much game knowledge you have right now or are willing to acquire quickly. That'll basically determine how successfully your first maddening run will go in Three Houses. Or maybe you just don't have any whatsoever, but you're okay with like just getting wrecked to simple stuff, essentially. Which is also fine. I'm not gonna sit here and say that like you're not allowed to do that. That could be fun. But yeah. The mini bow on Petra I think should be pretty good. I have a steel bow on Hubert as well. Just for big curved shots. Like curved shot steel bow is something like I'm gonna take a look at how much hit curved shot steel bow is. I don't know if it is 100. It's 122, so with a couple linked attacks, it should be like pretty fine. For one, against anybody who's not a thief, it has 100% hit, and then against the thief, it has 92 hit, and then just get some linked attacks in there, and I'll be good to go. From just from a game design perspective, games are just not designed that way. At least they shouldn't be on the whole. Okay, so which is true? Are they not designed that way, or should they not be designed that way? Because if the only thing is true is that they shouldn't be designed that way, but there are some games that are just more fun to play in the hardest difficulty straight away. Harder difficulties should be designed specifically for people who have already played the game before. Okay, there should be, but there's also is, and which one is true? And I think for a lot of games, like the hard mode is just actually pretty easy, even if you haven't played the game. There's a reason why a lot of games lock the harder difficulty by finishing the easier difficulty first. Yeah, I think if they do that, then it's very clear that the developers intend for the hard mode to be only played by people who have played the game once. And my evidence for that is that they made it illegal to play the hard mode until you played the game once. Most games are not designed that way. Some are, but that makes them badly designed. Okay, fair. I mean, I don't know. What if they just say we want to give the players freedom to select whatever difficulty they want to play? I don't know. I think just some people, like, locking the hard mode behind a completion would be an annoyance, right? Like imagine if that were true of Sacred Stones. I mean, maybe just say Sacred Stones is badly designed because the hard mode should have been harder. Like, okay, but at that point, what if there's just like a god gamer, and the god gamer is the one who's making these decisions, and the god gamer is just like beating every single player game in the hardest difficulty, like very trivially. You can have a hard mode that the more analytical player can do on the first try. The Etrian games are literally designed around the hardest difficulty. All the easier mode are just multipliers on expert. Raisins is a god gamer confirmed. Well, that's not necessarily true. There's a lot of games that I play them on the hardest difficulty for the first go, and I just do like get my butt completely whooped. And there are a lot of games for which I just like start on the easier difficulty because like I just feel like starting on the easier difficulty. There's actually a lot of games, like even games where I have a lot of expertise. A lot of times I do just like playing on the easy mode. I think devs lock extra elite difficulty just to get everyone to beat the game once they can finalize their first thought about it and discuss it for free marketing. Yes. That seems a bit involved. There's kind of a lot to that statement. And so it's kind of, by the way, I'm gonna move Bernadetta here because she's gonna walk here. And so all she needs to be able to do is walk here, and I want the unit who's here to be able to like walk to one of these first. But yeah, it seems like a bit involved. Like, yeah, sure, there are some games where like I've booted it up and just started immediately on the hardest difficulty, and it was like totally fine. Including some games that some people said were very hard, or including some challenge runs or whatever that some people said were very hard. I think in a lot of cases, there are a lot of kind of like gaming pitfalls that people commonly fall into that I'm generally good at avoiding. There are also some gaming pitfalls that people fall into that I'm not good at avoiding. I usually play in normal mode. I value my power efficiency higher than difficulty at times, as long as the normal mode is hard enough to at least make me learn the system. Yeah. I mean, that's always the balancing act you play with your difficulty selection, right? So, I mean, some could argue that like the hard mode is not difficult enough to make you learn the systems. Like when I first played Three Houses, it was on hard mode, and I think like at the end of the game I had like Enlightened One Byleth with the J-Merc still equipped, right? On a more average case, people quit a game on normal difficulty because they don't keep talking. People who quit a game on normal difficulty because don't really keep talking about it beyond the fact that they get skill checked. Oh, like if they play the game and the difficulty was too much for them and they get skill checked. I wrote that wrong, my bad. Yeah, if you feel like you just need to try that whenever again, go ahead. I feel like you just want to try that whenever again. Hey, Raisins, what's up, Jace? The thing is, though, you know, sometimes I can bring some notoriety to it, you know? Like, that kind of happened with Dark Souls, where all the game journalists were like, oh my god, this is the hardest game literally anyone has ever made in the history of gaming. And then, like, a lot of people played it as a result. I guess so. I don't know, I've never really, like, had to market a game, so... If you have had to market a game, you're like, yeah, I understand this is what they do, then, like, by all means, but I don't know. The Prepare to Die ad campaign? Was that Dark Souls 1 or was that Dark Souls 2? I know Dark Souls 2, like, the devs of Dark Souls 2 really took that. I don't know, one of them did. Dark Souls 1 was Prepare to Die edition on the PC or on the consoles? Game journalist has probably never touched a Ninja Gaiden game because those games make Soulsborne look like kindergarten difficulty. I remember reading an anecdote that the dev who made Dark Souls did not think they were making a hard game. Because, I don't know, they were like, I don't know, you just double HP and pick up this Zweihander. I think I have the general idea anyway. They don't really continue to talk about it because they didn't really finish it. I mean, I guess, like, I think people nowadays are kind of fine with talking about it when they haven't beaten it. My evidence for that is every game journal out there. Sorry, that was kind of mean, but I mean, it's true. Like, I don't have very high regard for gaming journalism in general, I'm gonna be real. Like, I just think a lot of it is kind of this, but that's kind of besides the point. Same. Prepare to Die was just Dark Souls 1 plus DLC. Yeah, so like on the console. And when did the PC port come out? It's more focused on promoting sales nowadays. From word of mouth among friends. Yeah, but like that, I'm pretty sure that happens even before people have like beaten and finalized their thoughts in the game though, right? Like, you know, when someone picks up a game and there's a lot of hype around it and they're playing like, I don't know, Cyberpunk or Grand Theft Auto for the first time, like they'll still tell their friends about it, right? So, in fact, I actually kind of like controvert the idea that people will not talk about it until they finished it. I don't think that's true at all. I think people are actually like pretty eager to speak about the games that they're playing as soon as possible. IGN 7 out of 10 is the most solid indicator of why some big game outlets are full of bull. Well, it's like, I just realized, did I get this range wrong? No, I got the range correct. What the heck? Okay, sorry, I just thought I got some range incorrect on this turn 1 that I was kind of planning out in my mind. IGN 7 out of 10 is the most solid indicator of why some big game outlets are full of bull. I remember, so like I don't normally read like gaming journalism for the most part. Recently, I remember there's something, I was looking at like Baldur's Gate 3 and I was trying to figure out how karmic dice worked. If Reddit is any indication, people can't wait to share their uninformed opinions after only playing for an hour. Yeah. Reddit, YouTube, I mean, like, friends and whatnot. Like, I don't know, when my friends buy a game and start playing it, they don't, like, and I ask about the game, they're never, like, I've never once have I ever spoken to any of my friends. And here's the thing, like, I only have so many friends, right? It's not as though I have 8 billion friends that I'm talking to. I've only got, like, however many friends I have. But never once has any of these people been like, oh, I got a new game. And I'm like, tell me about it. And they're like, no, I'm going to finish the whole entire game before I say anything. After when I seen the first reports about janky AAA releases were always that they were just buggy, and it takes a lot longer for people to finally say that, yeah, Starfield is just freaking boring, huh? But, I mean, that's mostly because AAA releases are just buggy. If they did not share unimportant opinions in this platform about engaging, yeah, no, definitely didn't happen. It was something, but I remember, like, reading some stuff from game journals about Baldur's Gate 3. I was just trying to figure out how karmic dice worked. So there's a setting in Baldur's Gate 3 called karmic dice. If you don't have karmic dice enabled, then anytime the game needs to call a random number generator, it just calls a random number generator, right? If it needs to generate a random number 0399, it just generates a random number 0399. If it needs to generate a random number 1 through 20, like rolling a d20, it just generates a random number 1 through 20. There's a setting called karmic dice that says, oh, it weighs it. I don't remember what it says. All I know is sometimes karmic dice can work against you, and I forgot how. Well, it's just that the way karmic dice works is it applies to both your rolls and the enemy rolls. Most people get excited when I tell people before they complete it. Yeah. So whatever karmic dice does to your rolls, it also does the enemy rolls. But in any case, I was looking for some exact details as to how it worked. And when I say exact details as to how it worked, what I mean is literally what does the computer do? In detail, in logic, right? Because Baldur's Gate 3 is a computer program. It operates by rules of logic. And here's the thing, you know, not to brag or anything, but I'm pretty decent at math and pretty decent at probability. And so if you tell me mathematically what the karmic dice does to the RNG, I guarantee I'll be able to understand it. So that's what I was looking for, beyond just simple stuff of... I've never actually mentioned what the game says about karmic dice. The game says it makes, like, unfair streaks less likely. Like, if you get low rolls, it gives you high rolls, and if you give high rolls, it gives you low rolls, and it... blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It makes, like, it makes those random streaks less likely. But again, I was like, mechanically, how exactly does it do that? Literally nobody knew. I think karmic die are pseudo-random distribution, but didn't look into a great detail. I found out a couple things about karmic dice, which I could share in a moment. If there's like overwhelming interest in like, actually, how does karmic dice work? Because I figured out a couple factual things about karmic dice. I didn't figure out what exactly the code does. At some point, a data miner just attempts to go in and figure out how exactly does Baldur's Gate 3 RNG work when you click the karmic dice option. But I did figure out a couple things. But in any case, I looked it up online, and I'm like, how does it work? And I kid you not, literally every single major like games journalism outlet had copy-pasted the exact same article for themselves with the exact same photos. And all they said is, here's what it is, here's karmic dice, here's what the game says about it. By the way, it's enabled by default. And here's how to disable it. That was literally everyone's article on the subject. Kotaku, Rock Paper Shotgun, IGN, Game Rant, Game Informer, they literally all had exactly the same article on it. So like lower difficulty XCOM 2 with the hit rate stuff. So the thing about lower difficulty XCOM 2 with the hit rate stuff is, yes, so that is a dynamic probability distribution. What that means is, in a non-dynamic probability distribution, when you roll a d20, it just rolls the number. It just gives you a random number. And then the next time you roll a d20, it just rolls the number. It doesn't look at whether the past thing failed, succeeded, or was high or was low. They're just completely independent. For the people, you would want the variant shuffling, showing the maths is less useful than just saying it's beneficial. Yeah, exactly. But like the fact that to be honest, it wasn't even the fact that everybody's article on it was completely useless and had no detail. That was bothersome, but I understand it. What it was bothersome that everybody's article basically said nothing. Of course, like I was hoping that somebody would have said something, but everybody said nothing. And so like that was bothersome, but at the very least I can understand it. I can say, well, maybe they're just targeting it towards the demographic who just wants to get the basic gist of it and doesn't want to get into the nitty-gritty of all the math. And maybe the nitty-gritty of all the math is going to be someone posting a Reddit post sometime later. That's fine, I get that. What bothered me is that they literally just copy-pasted the exact same article across every single website out there, and I'm just like, this is just completely useless. This whole thing's just bunk and a sham, I don't know. OMG, it's an average Fire Emblem game. What's up, Elysium? But yeah, it is a dynamic probability distribution. So in a dynamic probability distribution, when you roll the first die, it just rolls in the distribution. And then when you roll the second die, it is not independent to the first die's result. It reads the first die's result, and if the first die rolled high or low, will determine what the probability distribution of the second die looks like. And I did find strong evidence to show that it was a dynamic probability distribution. Basically, what I found about karmic dice in Baldur's Gate 3 is, for one, it only applies to d20 rolls. Or at the very least, all the evidence I had was to d20 rolls. Matter of fact, I just said it only applies to d20 rolls with no evidence whatsoever. So ignore that statement. It does apply to d20 rolls, however. Clickbaiting and search engine optimization at its best. Yeah, it's just literally everybody copy pasted the same article. But, and to be fair, they did show you how to disable it, which I thought it was pretty trash. It was enabled by default. I'm glad I could disable it. Here's basically how karmic dice works. So it does work on a d20. So if karmic dice is not enabled, then a d20 is a 20-sided die. That is to say, it's a random number generator. It generates a whole number from 1 through 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blah, 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 through 20. It goes to Silver Snow. Pretty well, Teneric, although I'm caught in a tangent about Baldur's Gate 3 karmic dice. And because there are 20 results, each result has probability 0.05, 5%, right? When you roll the first one, the probability of any number, if you're like, what's the probability of a 7, a 1, my controller, a 20, the answer is 5%, right, for every single number. And then the second die, it's also still 5% for everything. With karmic dice, the overall probability of things was, rolling a 1 was still 5%. Rolling, I think a 2 through 13 had reduced probability, and rolling like a 15 through 20 had increased probability. Like, okay, no, it was like 2 through 11 had like very statistically significantly reduced probability, just outright on the d20. Rolling 2 through 11 was like statistically significantly lower probability. It was something like, you know, 2 or 3% basically for each of those results. And then 16 through 20 was just more likely. Just this was recorded over the course of, you know, 800 or so karmic dice rolls. And by the way, the only data anyone has on karmic dice is this like empirical 800 roll sample that someone did. There's been basically no efforts to data mine how karmic dice works. Maybe one day someone will data mine how karmic dice works and can just tell us exactly how it works, and that would be great. But for now, all we have is this sample that some guy on Reddit made, where they just took 800 karmic dice d20 rolls and just wrote them down in a spreadsheet. Overall, 2 through 11 are just blanket less likely. 16 through 20 are just blanket more likely. And like significantly so. There's good evidence to show that the probability of those things is not 5% over the course of a large number of rolls. But probability of 1 is still 5%. Now, there is also good evidence to show that it is dynamic in its probability distribution. So if you roll on the die, if you roll like 1 through 11, the probability of getting a 1 through 11 on the next roll is lower. It actually does modify the probability distribution depending on your prior roll. Now, to be clear, this is if you rolled low. This is not if you succeeded or if you failed. I did check to see if the probability distribution meaningfully changed if you succeeded or if you failed. There was no evidence to that end within the sample. The sample did not produce any evidence towards that conclusion. But there was evidence towards the conclusion that if you roll low, the karmic dice are more likely to roll high. I don't think there was any evidence that if you roll high, the karmic dice are more likely to roll low. I actually don't think that happens. But, and also, I don't actually know, oh, sorry. I do actually know how many low rolls it takes to modify the distribution. The answer is 1. It only takes 1 low roll in order to modify the distribution. Of that, I'm like pretty certain. The moment you roll like 1 through 11, the distribution instantly changes and it becomes even more likely than usual to roll high like 16. That's basically how it works. So I don't know the exact details. Like I don't know the probability distribution of your. If you boot up Baldur's Gate 3 with karmic dice enabled, I don't know the probability distribution of the very first roll that you do on that install. Like I just don't. I don't know the probability distribution of the next one. I do know it changes. I don't really know to what extent. I don't know when it reverts back to normal. I don't know if it can completely reverse. I don't know these things in great detail. Some data miner is gonna have to do it. But I do know for a fact that overall, over a large number of rolls, 1 is the same probability, low mid rolls are lower probability, and very high rolls are a much higher probability. So in any case, some people are like, oh my god, it makes the game harder because everybody's rolling more. Yeah, everybody hits more, it's true, but like, I don't know. In my opinion, just play without karmic dice. I don't know. Okay, what's going on here? I've already said I'm just gonna put Bernadetta here. I'm gonna do bam, just like that. She lives the archer. I've already done the math. She has 10 sev, so we should be good. And enemies also subject to these karmic dice. Yes, all d20 rolls, even the ones from the enemies. I don't know if you roll low on a d20, is the enemy going to get higher? I actually don't know. Matter of fact, it should be stated the entire sample was only ever looking at enemy d20 rolls the entire time. Every single roll in the sample was an enemy attack roll. So their player attack rolls may actually be governed by an entirely separate set of rules. But everything I said about the karmic dice rolls is true of enemy attack rolls at the very least, because that's where the entire sample came from. I can just give you the whole sample. If someone's like, I just want the whole sample, I can just upload it somewhere, maybe later. Actually, I can't find it right now. I saved it in some mystery location. Anyway, what was I saying? Let's just carry on here. Okay, so Bernadetta's gonna go here. I feel like I've exhausted the topic of karmic dice. We kind of got into this tangent after speaking about games journalism. And the reason I spoke about games journalism was because particularly in a, as I was looking at, should I give her the stealiness plus, by the way? I think I should give her the stealiness plus, I wonder. Okay, 13 plus stealiness plus 10%, we'll see it. I'm not really too keen on games journalists. I feel like most of what they do is pretty uninteresting to me. But if I think that they're uninteresting to me, then I just shouldn't speak about them, right? So I'll just equip the bow, go up here, bam, do a Tempest Lance right at the start. Unless I should do like a curved shot with the Steel Bow Plus thing. Maybe I should do a curved shot with Steel Bow Plus. I think that would just provide link to stacks onto more people. We can do the Steel Bow Plus. It's gonna be 11 plus 13, that's 24, plus 1 is 25. How much damage is that? 17 damage. More than half of it, pretty good. So basically, Bernadetta's curve shot steel bow alone is going to be like more than half of this. And then probably I can just, you know, line up this whole gallery of Hubert and then Petra, the blah, blah, blah. We just do some massive steel bow plus curve shotting. Just take all these guys out. As we mentioned before, it's steel bow 80, 85. Yeah, as I mentioned before, it's like, I think it's 92 hit. Actually against them. No, we have 100 hit on these guys if we steel bow curve shot from 2 range. Okay, so it was literally just guaranteed 100 hit. We're steel bow plus, yeah, it's right here. I purchased one from the Pagan Altar. That's what I did. Welcome in, Atano, by the way. Definitely, by the way, let me, I want to shout out Atano, your YouTube channel. Atano streams on YouTube, Ironmans and whatnot. Definitely the inspiration for this run. I remember being like, the 3 Hazards Ironman is too daunting for me. The filthy heathen. What? Yeah. Oh, true. Should have purchased this from the Pagan Altar. Definitely the inspiration for this. Is like I know Atano. Like watching Atano streams definitely like gave me a lot of confidence to try this run for myself. Have you heard of Unicorn Overlord? Do you plan on playing it? I have heard of Unicorn Overlord. I don't have any plans to play it right now. At the moment, I don't really feel like picking up any new video games. To be honest with you. I should never. To be honest. Wow, I just did it again. I shouldn't say to be honest with you. Because every time I say to be honest, I think it brings with it the implication that sometimes I'm lying. I heard that once from someone. They said that. I'm like, you know, kind of right, but I don't know. I'm always honest with you guys unless I'm memeing, and then I try to make it like extremely obvious. But it should be fine. We just have this massive firing gallery of Steel Bow Plus on the people, which is curve shot. How much is this anyway? So you have 13, and I said it's going to be 17. It's going to be 10. Wow, it's only 10? Wait, what? It's only, no way, it's only 10, right? Get out of here. It is only 10, okay. So 17, it's 10, and then it's 12. 17, 10, 12. How much damage is that? So we have a 22 and a 17. Leaving them at 8 and 13 respectively. And then we do that, and then what happens with this guy over here? You actually, you have 10 and 8. It's actually kind of rough. Maybe I do need to hit them with the gambit. We'll see about it when we get in there. It should be okay. I mean, really, how hard can it be? I guess I have a rapier as well. I could do some like Rat Strike rapier type nonsense. Or like Rat Strike Steel Sword type of business as well. Like you do have 14 strength. Let's not forget, we do have 14 strength in this unit. How bad can it be, right? We use DLC units too. Yes, so I plan to recruit units in like kind of a trickle over the course of part 1. As I feel like, according to my needs in the moment. If I feel like I need a certain unit with certain stats at the map, I'm pretty good at figuring out when a unit needs to join. So that's probably what I'm going to be doing. I don't have any plans for any particular unit for any particular chapter other than like Shamir for chapter 6. I know for a fact I'm doing Shamir in chapter 6. That's one I can tell you right now. I know for a fact I'm doing. The other ones, who knows? I'll figure it out when I get there. I already purchased a Pure Water, right? The Pure Water will come in later. Do I want to purchase anything else like a Steel Lance? I've already got a Steel Sword. How did I get a Steel Sword? Is that from the quest that gave me the Leather Shield? I think that was from the quest that gave me the Leather Shield. Do I want to purchase another Iron Lance? Let me do an Iron Lance count. I have 100 million Iron Lances. I'm fine on those. Okay. Anything else I'm maybe low on? No. For one, I literally have more Iron Swords than I can deploy, apparently. What else? I'm super fine on weapon use. Yo, Iron Gaunt? The go? Fine. Okay, cool. All this makes this map easy. He takes almost 0 damage with personal. Does take 0 damage with personal, if I recall. I think it's this guy. Wait, what? 17? Get out. Where is the guy? Oh, 19. What is this guy doing so little? Oh, it's Iron King's Thieves. -1 attack, right? Okay. Anyways, was this 19? Oh, it's this bad boy. 22. Yeah, I think he takes damage from this guy, and then everyone else just does 0. I mean, I guess the Poison Strike archers, but like, I mean, obviously. We don't need to think about that. Between size, yeah. I decided that just between Female Byleth and Sylvain, Female Byleth did earn a point of defense here. I was like, let me just purchase 2 iron shields and run up here, run right up Main Street. I didn't know Balthus is very powerful. Balthus, basically, anytime you recruit him, will just bail you out of whatever chapter you're currently on with his King of Grappling personal. Like, just activate King of Grappling, give him like Sarah's Pegasus and the Steelax Plus, and he takes 0 and one-shots everybody. So, like, I'm kind of reserving that strength for sometime later. I've also done chapter 2 Balthus so many times that, frankly, I just want to mix it up. Also, I'm pretty content that my Gambit should be powerful here anyway. Who has the Rapier? Do you have the Rapier? If you have Iron Gauntlets, maybe you don't need Rapier. What about Steel Gauntlets? Oh, you can't wield Steel Gauntlets. Okay, well, settles that. There's no way I need to, like, let me just make sure I'm not missing anything, like, obvious and dumb. Nope. Okay, cool. I'll just get in there.
So this is the Red Canyon.
So this.
A ruin of sorts. So this is the thieves must. Professor, I hear there's a back.
I think he needs the Altered Devil Axe for
Why
some of the
don't we
one-shots
split
in this
up and
map. I
attack
think
from
so,
both
yeah.
The west and the front.
Why don't we split up and attack from both the west and the front? That's an awful idea, Edelgard. I'm not going to follow your advice.
If we advance tactfully, we can attack regardless.
How about we all just group together in a giant ball and then kill them that way? That seems
As
better.
you wish.
Much better idea, matter of fact. Go here.
Oh no.
Okay, and as we've established, she lives this, right? Yes, because 17 minus 5 is 12, and 12 times 2 is 24, and 24 times 2 is not 25. Furthermore, we have how much Sev? 100 million, right? Because we have bow prowess. We have Sev 6, Lux 6, that's Sev 12. We don't take any crit. Sometimes the Lord suggests splitting your army to attack a single point. I don't actually know. This is actually the first time I've noticed it in any map, for that matter, so maybe not that often?
I will prevail.
Unless you tell me, no, literally all the time. No. Maybe it is actually literally all the time. Think about it.
I will get the victory.
What do I have for you? Just this random steel bow hanging around. What's that guy's name again? Costas. Oh, unless you're talking about this guy. This guy's Thief. You also doing Hunting by Daybreak versus Pilardo? Versus Pilardo, really? Seems like kind of a bad idea. What's up, Raisins? Back at 3 houses again. That's right. Hi, Thief. My favorite game. Favorite game ever. This is a pretty good game, I gotta say. We have the Iron Shield. We have the Iron Gauntlet. Should be pretty nice. Yo, Steel Sword. We have 0 AS, by the way. You have 0 AS if you equip the Steel Sword. I'm actually going to put Dorothea here for the moment, or else I'm going to go some support between these two boys. The reason I'm going to do that is just because I don't know. Oh, crap, actually. Well, now I can't do it. Well, I was about to say I don't know if I'm going to have to Rally Charm Ferdinand, but now I can't because I put Ferdinand here and Hubert here. Okay, that was my mistake. I really should have thought of that ahead of time. This is like a complete blunder by me. Steel Sword sucks. I mean, it has a big Wrath Strike, so I'm kind of fine with using it for the big Wrath Strike. Your face sucks. That's right. Tell them, Kirby Master. Yo, 0 damage. Poison Strike sucks. Okay, they went left. Left to Mundo. Imagine for a moment I did a Gambit. That sucks. Do the Disturbance Gambit here. How many supports do I have here? I could do something like Equip a Thunder and go this way. I'm gonna go to 19. 19 minus 10 is 6 because of the rounding. So 6 is plus 30 on my Disturbance Gambit, so 90, and then the 10 from that is a 100-hit Gambit if I desire, so I have that in my back pocket this whole time. Let's keep that in mind. I don't really think it's going to be needed. Let's just try and kill this Archer, because the Archer is kind of like the dicey one. Let's line this up. We can Tempest Lance Iron Lance. We can also Tempest Lance Steel Lance Plus. That's pretty big. A lot of damage coming in here. 21 and 93. So if somebody can just deal 9 damage. Surely someone in my army can deal 9 damage, right? Check this out. We actually Tempest Lance Iron Lance here. 19. Sheesh. That's not a very good hit rate, though. Do we have anyone with better hit rate? Not who can, like, walk up here, I guess. Actually, I have Night Kneeler Iron Lance. That's quite a good bit. What do we do if we miss? Doesn't matter if we miss, I think. Or we could, like, smash Edelgard. Right? We just do that. Simple. Yo, where's Caspar? Like, think about it, right? Let's just do it this way. It seems like a very easy way to begin. Do I mind firing off this Disturbance Gambit immediately? I have literally everybody in position, and the next group has Thieves. Except, I think Thieves are maybe easier than Fighters, though. Like, think about it. Smash Edelgard, and mind if I do? Whoa. Someone bonked this person. How about this? Like, I'm only really using Sylvain and Ferdinand here, right? I say I'm only using Sylvain and Ferdinand as though this were like a remarkably low number of units being used. It's actually most of my power. But it does kill the archer, so let's just give it a go. Simple. And what I'm looking for, honestly, is just like a nice way to begin the attack on this guy. Although if I do this, then they're just committing me to not being able to use the gambit on these guys like that. But what if I just did something like slightly easier? Like what if I did curve shot, steel bow that way? Seems kind of nice. For one, it has 100 hit, which is good. And then there's also providing the linked attack onto that, which should help Ferdinand guarantee this kill. From there, all I need to do is figure out how I'm going to kill these two bad boys, which shouldn't be that hard it should not be that hard in my opinion. Like I've actually got a lot of firepower here. Right, we have curve shot, steel bow doing most of this. We have curve shot here doing a lot of that. We have, I think, a wind tome in here somewhere. Yeah, we just have a lot of power. We should be okay. Bonking, what the heck? Horny bonk. What? At least wait until Edgar's in part 2. That's what I'm saying. We are going to do that in chapter 17. I think so. Should be nice. Actually, are we going to? It might be a vengeance. Who knows? But I think this is just a good way to start. It provides a chain attack onto that guy. Matter of fact, we should have done this to begin with. Unless Sylvain and Petra don't have support. Maybe they don't have a support. I don't actually know. Should I have done any kind of deployment order silliness for the chain attacks? For the linked attacks? I think that was maybe a bit too nerdy to suggest or to think about. But now I have 100 hit here. That's premature thirst relating, as you were. What's going on?
This was beneath me.
What I was saying about the deployment order is
no match for a noble like me.
A noble like me. What I was saying about the chain attacks is, or the linked attacks rather, I'm gonna get this mixed up like 100% of the time, I'm telling you right now. What I was saying about the linked attacks is, and the deployment order, you can only have 3 people providing you a linked attack. So what happens if there's more than 3 people lined up on the person you're attacking? Well, it just takes the top 3 in deployment order. So I think ideally it would have taken like Ferdinand, Petra, and Bernadetta, the people who have my supports built, and I would just put them at the top of the deployment order. That way they're more likely to earn the supports from each other rather than some other random support. Anyway, I can do curve shot steel bow to not quite get this kill, but it's pretty close. I can also do something like, what's this? I can go here, and there's 19. But there's only 17 damage coming in on these guys, so maybe I actually should less. Imagine like Tempest Lance were to work. Tempest Lance Iron, there's actually quite bad hit rate, so I'm not gonna try that at all. Imagine we were to come in here and then I could do something like a Wrath Strike Steel Sword. This is a lot of damage. We should be clear on this. This is a awful lot of damage. So I can do something like go up here with you. I can trade Petra over to a... Do I want to? No, let's just do this first, actually. I actually kind of want to know like what happens when I do this. We have 8 damage, and then I think 10, like 10, anybody can kill 10, right? I mean, come on. Boom! Huge. But now I don't have the miasma for the chain attack on this guy. But I can just trade Petra over to X. Really anything, just anything one range. Or the mini bow, actually. Yo, the mini bow? Wait, mini bow good. Hold up, think about it. There we go. 1-2 range. Much better. We can attack here. Even if we get a crit, it's fine. 99 is like 99.99% to hit under 2RN. 1 in 10,000 to miss. So don't mind just doing this kind of thing. All I need to do, by the way, is kill this guy. So I'm fine kind of like just using whatever I've got. In fact, what if I just like go here, right? What do you have against Dorothea, right? Like imagine I just walked up Dorothea with the Iron Sword Plus. Oh, you like freaking die, huh? Right? Yeah, you just kind of die. So let's not do that. So what happens then? What do I need to... Can I do the curve shot steel bow? I should have done this math a bit lower, like a bit better. I don't even have Wrath Strike. What about Smash? What do you do against Hubert? Like, everyone's actually in a lot of trouble. Like, all of a sudden, I'm actually sitting here looking at this, like, lined up. Like, you know what? I'm kind of getting destroyed. 95. It's likely, but it's not 100. What if I just do this? One thing I could do is actually just fire the Gambit anyway. Right? Like, what if I just fired the Gambit? That, screw it. This kind of bunk. I use, like, Iron Gaunts. Nope, not enough. Minibow good? That's the thing, is I kind of got this, I didn't really think about, like, what I was going to do to resolve this risk. Because I still have this unit, who, by the way, can just kill Hubert. Right? Like, he can literally just walk up and kill Hubert. I don't want that. I don't care that Hubert leaves. So what happens if I do this? It's 82. Really bad hit rate. What happens if I do this? This is smash. This is 16, 19. I actually, what I may do, honestly, is... Wait a minute. I have Brass Strike on you, don't I? Oh, hold on a sec. This is maybe good? No, I'm actually one short on this. Because it's 17. This is 4. But this Iron Sword has only 6 might. Rapier, however, has 7. So actually, if I have her drop the Iron Sword and use the Rapier, how much hit is this anyway? It's going to be 95 hit. Right? It is going to be 95 hit, but it's going to be slightly better because I can get Bernadetta into the picture. One thing I can do is I can actually have Edelgard go up and trade Ferdinand to a bow, and that will be even more hit. What even is my deployment order right now? Ferdinand is number 2. I think Ferdinand is number 2. Seems to be the case. Okay. So actually, what I can do is I can just have Ferdinand switch to this. Have Bernadetta go here, grab the Rapier, do a curve shot. That will be 100% chance to deal 17 damage to this guy, leaving him at 4 HP. And then Dorothea comes up, grabs the Rapier. The Rapier has 7 might, and then just attacks. And then with a Ferdinand chain attack, he should have 100% to hit. But first off, let me... actually, why... I can just trade it directly to Dorothea right now. And then this will allow me to, like, look at the forecast, and if in the forecast I'm like, oh man, let me just check this out. Let's just go ahead and give it to Black Eagle. Why am I sitting here with it? You're the only person left in this turn who can use a Gambit, so let's just give it to you. It's not funny game, so you roll that 1 in 10,000 chance. I would probably just have a backup plan with the 1 in 10,000. But right now it's 99. So what I can do is I can just have Edelgard walk up and switch Ferdinand to a, what's it called? To a bow. That will provide a chain attack onto this guy. And Ferdinand actually has a C-Sport with Dorothea, so it'll be more plus hit. Now, one thing I want to check is actually whether or not Rat Strike Training Sword is apparently 14 damage. So obviously this kills, right? We should be fine. I don't mind kind of like using Edelgard's action just to adjust this weapon, as it were. Okay, there we go. Found the 100% kill. Found the 100% kill.
You were wide
You also
open.
using run? Yes. As you can see, I have a Rapier. Yep, and 100. Cool. This is the most memorable part 1 map. It's pretty good, yeah.
You fought well.
It's also tricky. Rapier good? Rapier a little good. It's true. Okay, these guys are coming right at us. Thankfully, we have Sylvain and Byleth with the shield. Okay, let's check the range on these bad boys. The archer is actually going to get slowed down a bit by these thickets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can have the thieves go here. Now, if the thieves go here, what happens then? I feel like if I watch you do this map several dozens of times, it never gets old, though. Rapier good? Oh, yeah, yeah. I was in the Magic combat over there with Rapier against armors. It's very funny. Oh, yeah, like a Soulblade. Soulblade Rapier is pretty good. I gotta admit. It's a little worse against Cavs because most Cavs have Swordbreaker Plus, so you just, like, lose 30 hit, basically. But, I mean, they gain 30 Void, whatever. It's the same math. You know what I'm saying. Anyway, yeah. No, this map is really good. Every time I do it, it's a real treat. I will say, I am cutting a bit of a corner by not bringing Balthus. Maybe I should have just brought Balthus. So, like, man, who cares about all this? Just bring Balthus, right? But I'm actually pretty fine doing it like this. I just think what I'm going to do is I'm going to let these thieves approach just a bit, get here and here. I think that's where they're going to go. They're either going to go here and here, or they're going to go here and here. Right? That's the point. Or are they? They may go here and here. In any case, this archer is going to lose a little bit of movement due to the thicket here. So is the thief in a way, because the thief is kind of like moving the thief kind of has like the same parity as the archer. Like at the moment, they're kind of going to the same place. I guess if I get them to go to the right, how do I get them to go to the right? If I take all these guys and I move them to the right, then they will go to the right and remain 2 ahead of the archer. But that actually doesn't change the problem that they have like overlapping range with the archer. So I think what I actually need to do is I do just need to get in there, and then this is going to be the turn where I prepare the gambit. Yes, this is now where I will prepare my gambit. I like bring Caspar instead of Ferdinand. It's always nice assault troop gambit if they line up. Yeah, I mean, whether or not they line up is going to, I think, largely be a matter of where my weakest unit is. Right? I don't know who they're going for. Do you know actually in the Black Eagle house which one they're just going to be running at? Yeah, I thought about bringing Caspar, but I actually invested too much in Ferdinand for this. Not to say like he's here for long term. I just literally wanted to be like, I just want to get him a couple supports and his confidence to like fire gambits more accurately. That's it. My entire Black Eagles house's early game is actually, it literally hinges upon Dorothea's Rally Charm and like powerful gambits. So yeah, let me see if I can get them to line up. So what if I can't get them to line up? Well, I think in that case, I could probably still like find a way to like get Bernadetta and a couple other units like just curve shot down the Steve. So Rally Charm is really good. Yeah, like plus 40 gambit hit is like outrageous. It's insane. But I think I can just begin with this. She can counterattack this guy. It's only 16 incoming damage. There's 11 prot. He has 10 prot. Let me actually do it this way. You have slightly more prots. You have 12 once Violet is next to you. This is 4x2, which is 8 damage. It's 4 battalion damage on the Service Mercenaries, but I don't think that's the most important thing, like, at all, whatsoever. This is just pretty fine. He's got a lot of attack. He's got a lot of hit. Not quite as much as Byleth. Actually, maybe because Byleth has more hit, I just use Byleth instead. Perhaps. Like, think about it. Oh, no, Dorothea healed Bernadetta, by the way. Horrible. Like, whatever. We'll just keep Bernadetta at this, like, HP, essentially. I don't ever think she's going to need more than this. If she does, then I should be able to see it from some distance away. But in any case, like, surely this archer is going to go here, and this guy is going to go here. So that should be, like, the easiest assault troop ever, if I can just line that up. Who has the assault troop? Ferdinand von Eyre does. Go ahead and go here with Sylvain. Right? Backed up by who? I don't know who yet. And then it's try and get this guy to go to the far left. I think getting this guy to go to the far left will be a matter of getting Bernadetta onto this side. Basically, I want Bernadetta to be in this column. Probably on Petra's Square, actually. If I put Bernadetta on Petra's Square, that seems like the best way to do it. This is a good start. And hopefully the Steve just goes here. And yeah, from here she can actually shoot that thief from 2 range. She only has 1 square to do that though, actually. Like, okay, if this thief, okay, basically if this thief moves here, then we're in real trouble. Bernadetta needs to like attack that guy immediately. Does she have this square? If she has Petra's Square, yes. Okay, so let's move Petra here. I should probably move Byleth here. It just makes so much more sense for Byleth to be the one who's very far advanced. Petra just needs to vacate her own square. That's it. That's all she needs to do. Bernadetta needs to go here. Ferdinand needs to be in position to go into Sylvain's square, and Dorothea needs to be in position to rally Ferdinand. So we can just do this. Sylvain does need some space to vacate, but he has that. He can go 1, 2, 3, 4 if he desires. It's a bit far out, but maybe we'll be fine. I mean, how bad can it be? Let's just go ahead and kind of like pack everybody up in front if we can. Wait. Let's do this. We heal. I think the heal seems like pretty relevant. We'll have better heals later. Oh, I need the square just open though, so that Dorothea can walk up and just hit the Rally Charm. And these units I don't think are very relevant, but let me just kind of like inch them forward anyway. Again, we may need attackers onto this mercenary or this thief rather on the right. And hopefully this thief sees that this left path is the fastest way to Bernadetta, because then this Ferdinand von Eyre assault trooper is just going to go in. We'll be good to go. There's no incoming crit from this guy, right? Yeah, 10 crit. Yeah, plenty. Yeah, he's got plenty. I don't know why I'm worried about that. 12 is fine. OMG, I missed preps. Yeah. Oh, he went right. Okay. So now it's kind of like emergency mode. We need some attacks onto that guy. Ooh. Tricky? Okay. So 8 plus 8 from the rally is 16. 16 minus 10 is 6. That's maxed out. I apparently need to trade the bow over to Byleth before firing that. It's a pretty nice assault troop. What happens to my like ability to survive this guy and survive this guy if I do that? Because let's not forget, Ferdinand is out here. He's like kinda moderately stranded with 8 speed. But definitely this is going to happen at some point, right? Like I have to fire this assault troop. So this is what the entire thing hinged on. And let's just begin. I can just trade the bow to Byleth and that'll be a great start. Now, one thing I might want to do is do something like a Tempest Lance, Sea Lance Plus. Like, I could actually just trade the bow to Byleth now. Do the Tempest Lance, Steel Lance Plus on this guy. What happens if this misses? How bad is it? Not really that bad, right? I mean, the 4 Tempest Lance, Steel Lance Plus has, like, awful hit. What's your Curve Shot Steel Bow Plus? It's 125 hit. And then with the Ferdinand support and the Byleth support, it's going to be 100 hit. How much damage is this anyway? Curve Shot Steel Bow Plus is 25. 25 minus 9 is 16. So it's not exactly enough, but it's most of it. It's most of it. So I'm actually kind of fine just beginning here. And then maybe I can... I don't even like have a Training Lance actually. There's Iron Lance. Iron Lance, Tempest Lance, and... I should have maybe grabbed a Training Lance. That could have been quite strong. Or maybe I just need to back up and, like, Training Sword. But then, okay, there's still the issue of Ferdinand von Eyre is going to be, like, kind of stranded out here with nothing to do. Maybe I just find ways to... He's actually the most likely to kill here. Probably some kind of, like, Petra Wrath Strike business, right? And then after this Gambit, how much damage will this Gambit do anyway? Have I hit with the Gambit is the highest you can get if I recall correctly? No, I can get 100 here. I can't get 100 if I trade Byleth over to the bow and use the rally. I'm gonna have 100. Gambit, it hit itself is capped at plus 30. You can increase it with hit plus goals and supports. Yes. So the charm differential maxes out at plus 6, so plus 30 hit. That just not be a charm. I don't know if there's any 70 base hit Gambits or not. But yeah, with this linked attack, this linked attack will be plus 10. And so also you can do like accuracy ring, you can do hit plus, you can do Ferdinand's confidence. All of these things will work. So this is, I mean, this is going to be what, 50 plus the charm, the full charm differential, which is 6, so 30. Actually, hold on a sec. 50 plus 30 plus 15 plus 10 is 105. Yeah, so we'll be fine. Gambit hit itself ranges from 30 to 60. I'm sure Ronkhouse hasn't memorized which one gives you 30. Doesn't seem like something he would commit to memory at all. No, sir.
Thank you.
Another thing we can do is I can just like basically chance a curved shot from here. Sheesh. Minus 30 is like rotten. There's 95, but if I trade Byleth to... Oh. I can actually use the Training Sword myself as well. I think this actually improves my survivability by like a little bit. Wait, 4, I still think I get doubled by that guy, but let me actually unequip the Leather Shield briefly. Let me also trade the Steel Lance over to Byleth as well. For one, okay, here's one thing that's for certain. She doesn't need 2 Iron Lances, all right? We know this for sure. AS4, his AS is going to get reduced to 9, so I'd rather actually just have the Leather Shield. Matter of fact, I might want to just have the Iron Shield. Yeah, this is a 100 Gambit hit. This should be fine. I can just find a way to kill the Thief, right? Like, how hard is it going to be to kill this Thief? 30 hit is for Absorption, which is trash hit, with a unique shared range with Wave Attack, where it targets in front. Pretty personal, never using the Gambit on this map. Yeah, this was kind of what I was thinking about originally when I was like talking about training Ferdinand and getting support. Is like, I know I can use his personal for the hit boost here. So this should be pretty... It should be pretty easy. It's why I was like so concerned with building up supports here. Now, to be fair, if I had failed to build the C support, I still would have had 100 because it's like 105, but this is just what I got right now. In any case, let me... Iron Shield... I think Iron Shield, this doesn't make much of a difference. For one, I don't actually know the move order. I should have thought about the move order before I did this play, but whatever. Let's just go ahead and ship it, right? I still have the capability to trade Iron Shields over to Ferdinand. We still have Sylvain and Byleth both actionable, and we can race to trade stuff over as well. So how bad can this be? Let's just go ahead and do it this way.
I'm here to help.
Make them tremble.
Make them tremble. Boom, 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 boom. Level up. Huge stats.
Always getting stronger.
And strength? I'm sure, okay, let's see for sure. I'm not cursing RNG for content reasons. Yeah. I'm sure you ain't doing that, Shiny, right? Good. Cursing RNG and the level up. Ferdinand level up. Speaking of Gambit, 2 questions I have are Ferdinand Gambit or Rally Dex in the next chapter. And do you have Empire Knights unit plan next chapter? Minus 15 hit level? Yeah, true. Minus 15 hit level. Minus 15 avoid level, too. Ferdinand has signed his own death warrant with this one, for sure. Awful level. Minus 30 numbers. Actually, no, not minus 30 numbers, because he did get +4, so minus 26 numbers instantly upon this level. This guy sucks. And look at that, 6x2, 7x2. I don't know the order. Is apparently Thieves before Archers. Except this one, maybe? No, it's 31 HP, so it can't be that guy. Minus 25, actually. He gained 1 AS. Oh, true. Minus 25. He did gain an AS. So, yeah, you're right. Minus 25 numbers on that level. SMH my head. Curve Shot Steelbow Plus. She is always just, like, short on these things, huh? So let's talk about this thing, right? Or thing. It's a person. It's a human being, right? Okay, we have 23. What if I do something like, Wrath Strike Steel Sword? 22. I could just do Wrath Strike Iron Sword, actually. Don't I have an Iron Sword in Convoy? What's Steel Sword? 8. Iron Sword is 5. 14 plus 5 plus 1 plus that is 25, which kills. Okay, so I can actually just walk him. Oh, he is 23 even. I can just walk him and kill this guy. So basically, nobody is going to die. That's the moral of the story. Nobody is going to die. You only have 9 crit. As long as I kill this guy, which I'm pretty sure I can guarantee a kill on this guy with some kind of like Petra Wrath Strike nonsense. Yeah, I can easily guarantee a kill on this guy with some Petra Wrath Strike nonsense. I just need to vacate with Sylvain. I need to not get cocky with Sylvain. I need to realize, wait a sec, Sylvain is currently occupying a square that Petra can use to get a 100% chance to kill this guy. So let's just vacate the square. Bernadette is rather short, so it's no surprise her damage comes at the same. That's right. Wait, what? Who said that? Where should she use an Iron Sword? This would be 20. 20 minus 9 is that. So I can actually use Iron Bows here. Right, because that's 10. And then she just walks up and does Rat Strike Training Sword. Rat Strike Training Sword does hit, right? Actually, I should check this. Does Rat Strike Training Sword hit? It's only hit plus 10, actually. There's only 110 hit. It's not very good. But what about Rat Strike Training Sword? Does 90 hit? Does 100 hit? Okay. Check this. Rat Strike Training Sword is 18. 18 minus 9 is 9. So I do actually need to use the Steel Bow here. Okay, cool. I do need to use it. You hear she's the second strongest Curve Shot in Chapter 2. After who? Who has the strongest one? Leone? Claude? I don't actually know. Byleth? Not Byleth, right? Can Byleth? Okay, Byleth can get Curve Shot in Chapter 2. Here, Byleth can get Curve Shot in Chapter 2. Actually, can Byleth get Curve Shot in Chapter 2? With some creativity, probably. But yeah, anyway, you're currently occupying a square that Petra can use for a 100% chance to kill on this guy. Let's back up. Felix getting from E plus to D isn't pain. No, true. But what if the other guys just did that anyway, right? Actually, is this 100% kill? There's only 123 plus a gazillion because of this. Okay, no, this is 100% chance to kill. What was I worried about? Let's just go here. We can swallow Vulnerary. We can do Linhardt heal. Let's just swallow Vulnerary. It seems like the safest thing to do. Like, we have Vulns. You could get Balthicity Bows if you really wanted. Yo, true. You could. Rat Strike Training Sword. Rat Strike Iron Sword is not quite 100, but Rat Strike Training Sword is. So it's a good thing I had the foresight to recognize, hey, wait a sec, I actually do need to get the extra damage on. Forget this. Bernie has Vengeance Chapter 2, so does anything matter? Ferdinand has Swift Strikes Chapter 2, does anything matter? Ooh.
Hard work created this.
She keeps on getting strength, what the heck? Dude, my units actually keep on gaining strength. Literally, all of my units are just gaining strength after strength after strength. Steel sword. Oh. Oh, I have an iron sword in convoy, right? The whole entire plan was use the iron sword. That's in convoy. Oh, not the best. What happened here? Well, now I'm kind of locked into this. So, I mean, like, come on. I take 3x2. Who cares? Like, just freaking attack him with something. Let me make sure that if I do this, I'm not, like, accessory bugging. Okay. Oh, right. I deposited the charm ring, so I can just do this. Is that a Petra with more strength and speed? It is a Petra with more strength and speed.
Each battle, a chance to grow.
At level 3 or at level 4? Level 3. Yes, at level 3. She has earned 2 points of strength and 0 points of speed in her level ups. Wait, I can restore Ferdinand's confidence? I think I should restore Ferdinand's confidence. What do you reckon? Okay, this guy's still apparently... Well, it doesn't kill Hubert, but he does, like, pretty well. Where to go here? Who would the archer attack? Hubert, apparently. Yo, Hubert, good. We can counterattack the archer. For massive damage. We can gain some territory up in this part of the map. Or we can fall back and just choke them at the bridge again. But I think if I just go here with Meyer, apparently he's attacking Hubert. There's no displayed crit because luck 6 plus prowess, so we both get crit. Cool. As long as there's death bow or anything. I'm always like second guessing myself, like, man, let me check this skill, that skill, right? And he doesn't lose a bat. Even if he were to suddenly die, he wouldn't lose a bat anyway. Yeah, this is a Petra with more strength and speed. 11 strength, 10 speed. It happens, right? Often does that happen by 2 levels. He needs to earn 2 strength and 0 speed. It can't be that unlikely. Certainly not less than, like, I want to say, like, 7%. This is just a number I've kind of arbitrarily pulled out of thin air. Do I actually use a whole heal spell on this? Of course I do. I want Ferdinand's confidence restored ASAP. I may need to attack this archer. What if the archer notices my game plan and then attacks Ferdinand? It says he won't, so he probably won't, right? It says he's going to attack Hubert. I'm going to trust targeting indicator. Nice counterattack, Hubert. We're getting HP 5 on Hubert. And now Hubert's confidence has, in fact, been restored. Okay, let's take a look at this unit. So you're going to get level 5. Cool. Settled. What's next? Let's see Petra. Petra's been leveling up pretty well, actually. Her speed's been, like, kind of garbage, but, whatever. Who's going to, like, be really keeping track of that? She has a bunch of strength. So let's just go up here. Not attack. Let's just equip the iron bow for the linked attack. Let's attack with Petra. Pretty simple. What if we can get away with the iron axe? That'd be so sick. 69. What the heck? You're awful. Wait, why did she not get... Oh, she does have curve shot. It's just, obviously, this is not in range of curve shot. What if we just sent it? Right? Oh, I should have put Byleth here so that if she misses, then I can use someone else to get this one. This was a mistake. Whatever. I just sent Byleth forward. And this is 69. Well, 16% of Petra's get 2 strength and 16% of Petra gets 0. So the intersection of this is pretty small. 2.56%. By the way, we're about to get that. 2.56.
It's dangerous.
A lot lower than I thought. I was like, no way it's lower than 5%, but it is indeed 2.56% for them. Even more if you do the whole, or even less rather if you do the whole, what's it called? Safety net thing, calculation. Surely 17 is safe for Bernadetta, right? Oh, I could have done rally for support. Look at me go. I'm pretty awful at this game, guys. I just gonna come out and say it.
Unexpected.
This is a pretty useless heal, actually. I don't think health on Hubert is going to be relevant, like, whatsoever. But I just use heal on Hubert. Also, I think I'm gonna have to retreat, so I'm actually just gonna sit with these 2 units in the back for the moment. Actually, it's not as though Edelgard here is blocking any retreating squares. Let's just go here. I think this group is going to walk up and I'm going to retreat. I don't actually know. These guys have a lot of move and this guy doesn't, so probably they just get separated and it's actually really easy. Matter of fact, they're side by side. Very nice. I don't know if this whole side-by-sideness is going to impact anything here. What's their expected damage against each one? They double both, so they just look for damage. They do more damage to Byleth than to Sylvain, right? So where are they gonna go here? They're gonna go here, and then they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they're gonna go here and here. So one Byleth and Sylvain here and here, respectively. Bernadetta can back up. I do want to make sure that Bernadetta is not like next to Dorothea that much from here on out. Bernadetta HP may actually be relevant. Who knows? We could get HP 5 soon. Where did I say? Here and here. Pack it in. The classic strat, the anti-pass formation. If you don't know the anti-pass formation, it's simple. When enemies have pass, you just literally sit on the squares that they would pass to. Let's do Iron Lance again. Let's try and earn some weapon rank, you know? I'm sitting here like, oh, the weapon rank I earned isn't that much. But you know what's even less than the weapon rank I earn if I like sit here and fight with the Lance? The weapon rank I earn if I sit here and don't fight with the Lance. That's even less Lance rank. So how about I just earn some Lance rank? Like, I don't think it really matters which weapon I use. Like, at the end of the day, I have 10 luck, so I'm not getting crit. Right, so... Matter of fact, it's actually kind of nice I got that 10 luck. It's a lot of Sev. Usually these guys will move, and then you in the back will be slated to attack Sylvain. Let me just double check the enemy movement order here. Yes, this guy's first, is 5x2, and then is 4x2. Pretty simple stuff, if you ask me. Then we go here. I get attacked. Sylvain gets attacked. Monk moves up. He has only 10 attacks, so who cares? He has 10 attack, 8 crit. Like, literally, who cares? This guy could actually crit, like, anybody in my army, and I think they all live. Legitimately. Is there anybody who actually dies to... What was it? It was 8 attack? 10 attack. Is there anybody who dies to a 10 magic attack crit? Anybody. In the whole army. 10 magic attack crit. Bernadetta, apparently. That's it. Is that a 1 out of 3 HP, 1 out of 3 strength Byleth? Lol, is it? I haven't been keeping track. Apparently 1 out of 3 strength, yeah. She's earned some magic, for sure, and she's earned some speed. I was thinking this Byleth is actually pretty good. I haven't really been keeping that much track of them. Yeah, Bernadetta, if she gets crit. Dude, why does Bernadetta have 2 res? She freaking sucks, man. All of her numbers are awful. Look at this. 5 prot, 2 res. What are you supposed to do with this? Like, don't tell me to use Vengeance. Magelith? No. This is a question, let's be real. I know Byleth bases by heart. Yeah, no. As a rhetorical question. That's what it was, right? In 3 levels. No, I'm not doing Magelith, by the way. Darkfire is basically Pegasus Knight. Yeah, it also takes like freaking 100 million years to cert. I ain't doing that. They tell me I gotta do flying and reason, like 2 things I can't build weapon rank in. No, I'll just do physical. It's easier. I can equip all the physical weapons right now. Although I did just get the Hanneman Seminar. Huh, I'm actually closer. I'm closer to Mage than I am to Pegasus. No. Yeah, and then you can't even fight. And this is the anti-pass formation, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I can't actually fully anti-pass these guys. So maybe you need to like play some kind of musical chairs, as it were. Right, I could like move you 7. Okay, you don't die to a thief, neither do you. No, 16 minus 7 is 9, 10. So I can actually move you here, and nobody dies to a thief. That's why I said this. And everybody just fights. We're just gonna do a massive scrap right here. A reposition Edelgard right here at the end of it all, and then we'll be good to go. He goes first, targets Byleth. Boom! We can also use like Hubert and Bernadetta to fire attacks over the wall. Who knew? Mages sound like so much fun though, but it sucks. So this group has begun to move. We have this archer. Hopefully the archer ends up like finding a way ahead of that axe fighter. I don't know if it will though. Doesn't look like it will. Looks like this axe fighter will forever be ahead of this archer. Occupying the movement tile. Maybe if I get a guy to the right here, I can bait them around. How do I get a guy to the right here? What if I just end turn? Right? I mean, look at this. Well, you're gonna attack Dorothea if I just end turn. Yeah, it's gonna involve some kind of like movement to the right to get this archer ahead of the fighter. Probably just gonna fight them again over here. Anyway, if I move Ada Guard this way, then nobody attacks anybody. We just attack this way. What I can also do is I can just equip this bow. Now I can get a 100% hit with the steel bone. Works out pretty handy, that. I was actually kind of disappointed that I couldn't get Reason Rank on Byleth and Minimalist because I wanted to do Magelith, find a loophole in Justin's rules to get white magic on her at least. What was the loophole? Oh, it was doing a bunch of choirs, wasn't it? Justin's rules forbid, what's it called? Faculty training whatsoever, right? Or they just, I think they forbid everything that isn't dining. I think that's how his rules go. I'm not totally up to date on them, but I believe that's the case. He's actually doing 3x2 now? Did I get a bat level? I got one sometime back, apparently. Here's what I can do, actually. I can just trade this bow over, right? I can trade the bow over from Bernadetta, actually. Maybe we can just fire the bows this way. Do I want to do this, actually? There's going to be a lot of attacks, maybe, if I get the counter. Let's just do it. I mean, come on. I guess it's left flat swing, actually. Everything that doesn't help you recruit students. Students? Weird. Why only students? Can you do things to help you recruit faculty? Like, are you able to dine with faculty? To, say, gain support points? To reduce the level requirement for Byleth? Like, did the rules specifically state students? I don't know that for sure. I think so. Dang. Well, I think so as in, I think your message came in a bit late. Like, what did the rules state? Students was not specifically stated. Well, then. Faculty training is allowed because faculty training gives you support with the faculty, which therefore can be interpreted as helping you to recruit faculty. Ah, faculty training was explicitly banned. Okay. And you guys are no fun. Can't believe it. What if I just attack this way? Like, imagine I just hit them. This. Okay, say I hit them with this, then what? Okay, let's take a look here. If I hit them with this, then I can have Hubert move back there, and then have Linhardt move behind Byleth and heal Byleth, and then have Edegard move to Linhardt square. And that actually accomplishes... Wait, no, because then they can attack Hubert. Ah, dang. Okay, that doesn't work. I can move Ferdinand back, and then move Hubert back, and then move Linhardt up, and then move Edegard to Linhardt square. There we go. We figured it out. Okay, cool, cool. So we can get away with this. Yes. You can also just
Should I have held back?
hit it, right?
Such power dwells within.
I mean, it's a good level. But no strength, no defense. Whatever. We got some stats. We got some stats. Okay, let's not fuss too much. All right, we'll just we'll get the strength from advanced cert clearly. I don't know. We'll just get the strength from advanced cert. Matter of fact, actually, we don't even need to cover up the square because that thief just died. Although we currently have the goofy problem where everybody wants to be on everyone else's square. What are the points in Magic? The Mage of the stream is still alive. It's never happening. Magelith sucks. Like, I need another 6 points in Magic before I'm like, yeah, let's go Magelith. You know? Like, why not just use Strength? Seems good to me. We can level up the Church of Sarah Soldiers bat too. Ooh, man, look at that. Okay, good. It's looking all right. Just carry on. But if you get another 6 points of magic, if Violet's magic legitimately exceeds her strength, then I'll consider it. I'm putting these 50 points in the dream of +6 magic Violet. It's happening, right? Happening status is. Okay, everybody, we're gonna fall back. We're gonna do the shuffle. How far do we need to move back? Apparently, 3 squares. Everybody, we're gonna move back 3 squares. This is how we're gonna do it. Except you, Linhart. We're gonna do this.
Thank you.
And I was about to say, except you, Bernadetta, you're going to do something different, but gosh, she's just gonna back here. Oh no, here comes the an attack. Say something nice about Magelith. Male Mage Byleth is actually like peak drip. For real. Male Mage, not Dark Mage, just plain old Mage. Male Mage Byleth looks hot. Seriously, that outfit looks dope on that guy. I'm like, holy. Whenever we actually do the long-awaited 3 houses drip tier list, Male Mage Byleth is gonna be up there. He will be indeed one of the entries. We have 9 res, 7 res. What if we just... Wait, we have 11 resilience Byleth? Brother. Bonk. Isn't that how it works? We just go up and hit bonk. What about you? We could get a kill on Bernadetta, by the way. Just like that. Eight crit? I was about to say, they can actually crit, but they can if I decide foolishly to give up. What the heck is my training sword, dude? I'm literally sat here like, where's my training sword? Okay, what if I miss? If I miss, it's a priest. Who cares? Is it Miracle or something? No, it's renewal, ain't it? Like, what is this? No, this is renewal. Okay, Miracle is like the star on the dark green background. Let's just attack with an Iron Sword. Let's just Wrath Strike with an Iron Sword. It's like we're gonna run out of Iron Sword durability. And you place Grappler somewhere, right? Same place I put it in the class tier list. It looks awful and its stats suck. That's like the easiest placement of my life. Steel Bow is 11. Iron Bow is 6. So -5. Perfect. Also, Sylvain and Bernadetta have a support. Very nice. I don't know how good female Mage Byleth looks. Male Mage Byleth, though, top tier. Level 3 Bernadetta.
I guess hard work does pay off.
Very offensive level. 9 strength, 8 speed.
Can I go home?
No, you can't go home. Very nice offensive level. I'll take it. Rather pleased with that one. At least it sort of functions a role as a class without a very good counterpart. Grummery Byleth does look amazing. I haven't seen that one yet. This is sort of function role of the class without a very good counterpart, unlike Swordmaster. Swordmaster is a very quick way into high crit. Matter of fact, I think like you can stack more crit in Swordmaster than you can in other classes, right? Because it's stuff like Moralta and Crustacea Sword. Except for Warmaster, but Warmaster is 30 and Swordmaster is 20, so obviously, you know, can't really do that. Also, it has Fair and Crit plus 10 and Thunderbrand, and I'm pretty sure that's like the strongest player phase offense you can have at like level 20. Is Swordmaster with Thunderbrand. Is that true? Sounds right to me. Good luck hitting Thunderbrand? Yeah, just hit. Like, just hit. I don't know. What's the issue? It's 3 houses. Like, it's pretty easy to just hit, right? Maybe not like engage levels of easy. By the way, basically no matter what, this archer is going to be able to attack Violet next. I should just accept my fate and leave everybody else where they are. It could be Brave Axe plus Warrior or Wyvern for more raw, brave attack. True. That is indeed true. If all you cared about was might, you'd be losing a lot of AS and a lot of crit. You'd be losing a lot of numbers. But according to that one specific parameter, if that's the only parameter you care about, then yes, indeed. You could be a Brave Axe plus Warrior or Wyvern. Is it Warrior or Wyvern? Or is it just Warrior? It's just Warrior, actually. No, Wyvern would also have more raw attack, I think. Unless... What about the battalions? There's a plus 10 grounded battalion called King of Lions. They have the same strength boost, but Warrior has higher base. Wait, seriously? They're both plus 3? No way. I thought Warrior has plus 4. I mean, if you're saying the Warrior has plus 3, then okay, I'll believe you. Warrior has grounded bats. I don't know what else to tell you. Warrior does have Axe crit 10, though. That's pretty nice. I think I just literally leave everybody where they are. I don't actually see any reason to make any inputs right now. Like, everybody's going to retreat, and then Byleth is going to take an attack from the archer, and that's going to be that. This blue lion. In blue lions, it's just Warrior, I guess. Yes, just Warrior. I'm going to re-download 3 houses. Seeing the Ironman comes and give the game another shot. Nice. Yeah. Base of operations mechanic. Monastery is a lot of fun. I love the monastery a lot. It's just an enter. Like, no matter what happens, everybody's going to retreat back, and the Byleth's going to get attacked by an archer. Unless you want to say Keyhole Wyvern has better numbers. But if you're going to make the Keyhole Wyvern has better numbers argument, then, like, aren't you going to have to recognize Swordmaster for having better numbers than, like, crit? Oh, wait. Byleth is able to escape this guy's range? What? Yeah, Byleth's able to escape. Oh, go me. Cool, and now it's just turn 1 all over again, basically. The next best strength bats are Goneril and Immortal Core, so Warrior wins, yeah? Ew, Immortal Core. Where's my hit? And don't say just hit. Okay. Boom! Right? Oh no, Ferdinand's out of range. Dude, what the heck? I messed that one up bad. Here's the thing, though, okay? We have freaking 19 attack, 9 AS, man. Wait, 9 AS, dude, what the heck? Dude, Byleth good. These speed levels we've been earning, 1698. Bam! And then what? Curve shot, Siobo plus. There's too much to do. I'd be stuck in the one exploration I do for the whole hour. There's a singular number attack with the Brave Woman. Yeah, Warrior just wins. If all you care about is the attack, let's not care about the hit or the crit. You know, we're not caring, or the attack speed. Let's not care about the other numbers that go into offense. It's just the attack. Then yes, Warrior just wins. And Blue Lions. Blue Lions, Warrior specifically does just win. At level 20. But yes. We just do this, and then somebody comes up with a bow. Who? I don't yet know. Sylvain, maybe. Ooh. Imagine it were Sylvain. Okay, I've imagined it. I've thought about it. I'm not doing it. I'm starting with Byleth and then getting there with, like, Petra or Bernadetta or something. Probably Bernadetta. I'm gonna just attack these guys, and then, I don't know what happens next. I'm just gonna put Byleth there. And that'll be that. Wrath Strike. Boom! I think in every singular area besides crit, you can beat Swordmaster with another combination of class weapons. But Swordmaster does have some impressive composite numbers. Yeah, it's kind of a... It is definitely kind of tricky to be like, well, how do we, like, rate someone's combat just based off of, like, attack and speed and hit and all these parameters and whatnot. But, you know, if you just want to do offensive numbers of, like, attack plus AS, I actually think Swordmaster Thunderbrand is, like, probably coming out on top of those things as well, because Thunderbrand is actually so light. Doesn't every unit except Catherine get into Assassin faster than the Swordmaster? That is true. I will list that as a bane for Swordmaster. Indeed. It is hard to cert. It is not easy to cert, rather. I guess it's maybe more accurate. Actually, I'm going to say it's hard to cert.
Am I done yet?
If I'm going to whine about Crappler being solo away and Cringe Sniper being solo away, then I should whine about Swordmaster being solo away. And I do. I will say, for the most part, my Swordmaster stuff that I do, it's usually like a map I will be Swordmaster. On one map, I would deploy Swordmaster. Ever. And usually it's to like kill a monster. Swordmaster also has no move. That's incorrect. It has 5 move. And in many circumstances, 5 move, by the way, is plenty. You gotta wonder what under the table deal Crappler did to get solo A 6 move. Oh boy. I mean, solo A is a downside, right? So. Check that out, man. Tons of EXP on my man Sylvain. We got to, right? I mean, we gotta level up my man Sylvain. Imagine not leveling up my man Sylvain. What if we just like fired this for like just some damage? That'd be funny. I know I generally stop at assassins with any sword unit. Yeah, I definitely start like a lot more assassins than sword masters. Probably like assassins and wyverns are just my most started class at 20. Now I kind of want to put every class and weapon into a spreadsheet and just like add up the like attack plus AS and just do a bunch of like analysis and whatnot. Imagine not doing Mortal Savant Byleth. Oh god. I mean, Byleth has Nosferatu. You know what? Maybe with this one I'll do Mortal Savant Byleth. Right. Minor Crusted Gautier. What?
Be gone.
I just realized any knowledge I have of RNG manipulation is just completely useless in this one. I had to do it. Claims Sylvain. Did he have to do it? Chat, type 1 if Sylvain had to do it. Type 2 if you think he had agency in the matter. Or Master Linhart clearly is where it's at. 3, 1. Okay. I think you're right. I think Sylvain had to do it. I think he had no agency in the matter. I think the agency was all mine.
I killed them. What have I done?
I'm sure you've been asked this, but have you any interest in Unicorn Overlord? No. Yeah, no agency. You forced him to do it. It's true. I totally agree. I don't think any of these units have any agency in anything whatsoever. Except Edelgard and Hubert, actually, for one decision in the game. They do actually exercise their agency for a decision later on in the game. They choose to leave. I didn't force them to leave. I made my own choices, and as a, well, not completely unrelated, but, you know, largely unrelated result, they chose to leave. Yo, Bernadetta got HP 5? By the way, if you get HP 5 while your HP is full, you get the HP. But if you get HP 5 while your HP is not full, you don't get the HP. She had 20 before, and then she had 20 after. But if their HP was full, then they get it. I could maybe demonstrate that with Ferdinand, who's like the next closest mastering it. That's right, and she has up full HP. Hey, let's have these units come up here. This will probably be another good spot for a Gambit. For a nice old Gambit. I could walk up here, boom, boom, or I could just walk up here. But then this guy moves, and Gambits me perhaps. Unless I Rally Charm. The defensive Rally Charm coming in here was about just Divine Pulse to go back before Edelgard decides to leave, then convince her it's a bad idea. I think Edelgard has already made up her mind. Like, I mean, yeah, sure, they can Divine Pulse to beforehand, which, by the way, you can do. You can just Divine Pulse to before they decide to leave. That's the easy part. But then, like, convince her it's a bad idea. I don't think you can just be like, yeah, why don't they just convince her it's a bad idea? Like, I don't think it's actually that simple. To be real with you.
Well done.
Oh, I haven't been rallying like whatsoever. I could have been getting like 100 million gazillion support points. Edelgard doesn't seem like the type to be easy to convince of anything, especially not this thing to which she's actually like dedicated a pretty sincere amount of like thought and resources and personal development to this. I mean, I think there are some things of which you could convince her otherwise, but this doesn't seem like one of them. This seems like something where she has pretty certainly made up her mind on the matter, if I'll say so myself. Okay, so what happens here? AS3, but what if you imagine for a sec that you like equipped a sword or something, right? Oh, you're Sylvain. Where's Ferdinand? Okay, imagine you equipped a sword. Oh, wait, you have a bat. It's J-Mercs, though, who cares? So imagine you equipped a sword. You have 34 avoid. It's a lot of avoid, actually. Not a lot of avoid, actually. Divine Pulse also didn't work to save Daddy. That's right! Didn't save Daddy. Edgar probably likes conspiracy theorists. Maybe. Yeah, I didn't save Daddy J. How's it gonna save the rest of us? Leather shield, training sword. Unequip the leather shield. I don't want to get doubled. Simple as. On Ferdinand. I want to try and position myself in a way such that I can very easily like assault troop a lot of these. Can go here and then here. Ferdinand is the more attractive target than Byleth, right? I'm pretty sure. Here's the thing. Let's go here. And then I'm going to force him to attack from this square. And then I'm just going to put like Bernadetta back here. Hopefully he just chooses to go to this square. Who knows, right? I think I'm just overthinking it. What if I just got in there, right? You ever thought about that? What if I just got in there? Like, think about it, you know? Oh, wrong button. I'm not allowed to hit that button. It's illegal. I guess I can hit the button. I just can't just like do anything with it. Anyway, you don't double Ferdinand, right? 7 crit. Wow, what a chump. Anyway, it should be pretty easy. Pack some units in here. Boom, 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 right? Okay, now what? Let's put you here for a couple reasons. One, you have... Wait, dude, give him the rapier. No, don't give him the rapier. The rapier actually weighs him down. Right, he actually needs to have the training sword equipped, legitimately. You can equip the gauntlets, actually. No, it's just... Brennan is definitely more attractive than Byleth. Not sure why to get targeted more because of his handsomeness. They're just jealous. That's actually the entire plot. Divine Pulse. Byleth cannot do... Or sure, you can input. Oh, GP. I don't know what that is. So Sunrise. Why is the EA app always out? Exit the EA app. Dude. What happened with the EA, man? They had this cool app called Origin, and it worked. I used it to play a couple games. I was using it to play Command & Conquer Generals today. And then, all of a sudden, Origin doesn't work. What gives? I, like, can't install it. I can't update it. And they have me use the EA app? What's going on, man? What does the world come to? We dodged that hit so good, man. Okay, not exactly the best formation for an assault troop, but we're gonna do it anyway. Boom, just like that, right? Actually, it's like it's pretty good for an assault troop. Let's be real. It's like pretty good for an assault troop. Plus it levels up the J-Mercs. Ooh, Thunder. Check that out. Go me, man. Using Thunder. That falling anyway. Rally the man.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gambit. Boom. Look how much damage that is, man. Raisins hardcore, still playing RTS? Yeah. RTS my favorite genre. I was playing some StarCraft 2 the other day. I was actually talking with my brother about Command & Conquer Generals. Command & Conquer Generals 0 Hour. Legitimately an extremely difficult single-player campaign, by the way.
Together, we can't fail.
Generals Challenge is not easy. Legitimately, like, one of the harder single-player games I've ever played. What's Generals? I always appreciate that about you. DP is Dragon Punch, Slow Divine Pulse. Oh, I see. So Generals is, so Command & Conquer is like an early real-time strategy game franchise. They had 3 series. They had Tiberium, which is like the first, it's like the first RTS ever, released in 1995. And then they had 3 games in Tiberium. Red Alert, which like they released very quickly thereafter. Red Alert was the more popular one, right? I know CNC. Yeah, I'm explaining to the other people. What about Red Alert 3? I love Red Alert 3. Red Alert 3 is like super fun, actually. Really, really fun co-op as well. Haven't beaten the campaign though. But there's Tiberium and Red Alert, and Tiberium was like their more grim, serious IP, and then Red Alert was like the really campy and goofy one. I mean, Tiberium was kind of campy and goofy too, but Red Alert really dialed it up, right? And then their third universe was Generals. They only ever released 2 games in Generals, and they both came out in like 2002, I want to say. Raisin's most controversial take is liking Red Alert 3. I actually like every single Command & Conquer game, including Command & Conquer 4, by the way. Command & Conquer 4 is like one of the world's most despised video games. I actually like that one a lot. I think it's really good. Yeah, so liking Red Alert 3 is not my most controversial take. It's not even my most controversial take within Command & Conquer. Because I like CNC 4. But anyway, Generals is like this one offshoot. They only made 2 games in it. Brand new universe in 2002 they made, but it was super jank. Number 4 is the modern one. Modern is in that it plays kind of like a MOBA. In the sense like you have a hero unit and there's no, well, it's not like there's no resource gathering, but there's no, like you don't have to spend resources to produce your units. It just takes time to produce. Like you don't have to spend money, right? You spend money to like research technology, but not to actually produce the units themselves or to build bases. Yeah. It's like one of the most despised games ever made. I actually really love it. I think it's a really fun game. But what was I saying? Yeah, Generals like really hard. It's super jank. Like everything moves very quickly and does a lot of damage. And like a lot of stuff have like special abilities that are really like unwieldy to use. And it's like, it's hard to explain, but it's actually difficult to get a unit to move from like one place to another. And it's also difficult to like quickly issue an attack command against an enemy unit. So you're just kind of like, you have this unit, you have all these units who are really quick and who have really powerful attacks, but it's really hard to direct them to move to a location. And it's really hard to direct them to like attack the unit that you want them to attack. So you need to be like really on top of things and have a lot of control. It's a lot of fun. And it's like, it's a lot of fun managing the jank, but you definitely do have to learn how to manage the jank. You're not just gonna, you know, pick this game up and be like, all right, and then just play the game perfectly on your first go. That's just simply not going to happen. Okay, what happens here? CNC4 has 2 stars on Steam. You weren't kidding, lol. Jank video game, so try. Yeah, it's like everybody hates CNC4. Like literally everyone does. I think video games are so charming though, but I really liked it. I was like, you know, just kind of look past the fact that it plays nothing like the other games in the franchise and just be like, well, how good is the game? And it's like, oh, the game's actually really good. So, you know, like that's kind of my perspective on it. It's like, yeah, it's really different. And if you're like, I just really wanted if you're like, I just wanted the same game as Command & Conquer 3 or Command & Conquer 2, yeah, you're gonna be disappointed because it's a very different game. I will say the story sucks. Command & Conquer Tiberium has like, in my opinion, one of the best stories in like worlds in gaming, and the story in Command & Conquer 4 just sucked. I'm not gonna mince words or like pretend that part of it was good, because literally none of it was good. But the multiplayer and the skirmishes are really fun.
You're out of luck.
Think video games so charming though? Yeah, no, definitely. It's like,
Guess I've gotten better.
you pick it up and you figure out really quick whether or not you're gonna like the kind of thing or not. Like you're gonna command your units and it's not gonna go correctly, and that experience will either be very fun for you or very negative for you. And if it's very fun for you, welcome to Command & Conquer Generals. Like you're gonna really enjoy this game. But let's get Petra some EXP, man. Think about it. Imagine we got Petra some EXP.
You will be slapped down.
I think my favorite thing about your video game is that you judge me for it is you give things a chance. I like just being common. Wait, hold on a sec.
My understanding has completion.
I was like, I like just being common because I read commoner. Anyway, so this is like the quick tidbit. If you get HP plus 5 where HP is full,
Not
then
bad at all.
oh yeah, you don't get HP anyway. Okay, cool, never mind. Wow, so I was completely wrong. All right, forget everything I said. Well, not everything I said. You can remember what I said and then remember that I was wrong. That is helpful to you. But yeah, no, I mean, there's some video games that I don't like. I just don't talk about them. Spreading this information. Yeah, I was wrong. Okay, cool. I sure hope everybody who was in the stream then is still in the stream now for me to be able to sit here and admit that I was wrong. So.
We stole this treasure. It's all ours.
It's all ours.
Can't get ahead of myself.
You want to do the commentary for the 5-person Radiant Dawn race? That could be pretty fun.
Impressive.
What's the date on it? It's pretty far out, so I won't be able to commit to it until it comes closer. Ask me when we're like a week or two away. Because that's a relatively easy commitment, but if I say yes to it now, then what's going to happen is 3 months from now, you're going to do it, and I'm going to be like, what? I agreed to this? Classic when messing up damage distribution early game, yeah. HP 5 is such a good skill. 27th July? Okay, yeah. Remind me on like July 14th or so. Bastille Day, by the way. I really enjoyed Baldur's Gate 3. I watched the replay war after it happened. The replay war? Holy crap. Was there a replay war? What do you mean? Oh, the replay way after it happened. Replay way. I can't read, turns out. Yeah, if I have a lot to say about a video game, it means I liked it, basically. I'm pretty good, by the way. If I play a video game and I don't like it, I just don't talk about it. I don't really see the reason to be super negative about anything, for one. And also, like, okay, when I play a video game, I want to pick up like as many details about the video game as possible. But I want to learn as many details about the video game as possible. But I only learn details about the video game if I think the game is interesting or fun in some way. So if I can sit here and talk about a video game that I didn't like, and I can talk about it in great detail, then like clearly I found it interesting. So why am I like trashing the video game? But yeah, for sure, as I get more into the streaming again, I'll probably continue the Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, because it is really fun. You like really detailed NPC dialogue and side quests? No, I kind of like sticking to the main story, to be honest. Yeah. I just mean I enjoyed it. Your strats in Baldur's Gate 3 are amazing. You very much turned into a Fire Emblem strats, yeah. Oh, dude, I mean, well, wait until everybody gets the alert feat, and then my entire team moves all together in one place, and their entire team moves all together in another place, and then it literally turns into Fire Emblem. I was gonna think of a smart thing to say, but you're right. I actually can't think of a game you dislike because you never talk about them. I mean, there are games that I've played that I didn't like, but I don't know. I don't have much to say about them because I didn't learn much about them because I didn't find them interesting. Whatever. Just left it at that. What are you doing? You over here? Ooh, okay. Check out this guy, right? He has 9 AS. That kills, like, everybody. So I'm not gonna fight him. Yo, where's my key, by the way? There it is. But yeah, I'm definitely excited to pick up the Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. I haven't forgotten about it. I understand I did it sometime back and then I didn't stream for a while, but that's more like a not streaming for a while thing. And if I'm streaming anything a lot, I want it to be Fire Emblem. Because I really like Fire Emblem, and I really like streaming Fire Emblem. But thank you for the compliment on the Baldur's Gate 3. I just loved your inventory as all hand axes. Yeah, I realized that. I'm like, it's all hand axes and javelins. Oh, I could have been rallying, dang. Yeah, it's just all hand axes and javelins. And clerics, very FE class choice. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty good. I mean, it's just wizard sucks, so, you know, it's pretty easy to do when wizard just sucks. Sorcerer's okay. Hey, yo, what's up, New Jersey? Welcome back. What's going on? Okay, so check this out. We can put Ferdinand, and oh wait, no, we can't put Ferdinand in here. Okay, so we can't put, wait, we just unequip the leather shield, right? Cool, unequip the leather shield, look at that. Okay, 6 AS Ferdinand. Easy, man. We just walk up there. We take this 22 attack hit. We dodge the 22 attack hit, rather, right? And then we do all this damage. What level is everybody? 3, 3. Okay, I think it's gonna be like these 3 guys. No, it's gonna be Sylvain getting a level. Let's get Sylvain a level. Yeah, no. There are a lot of things in Baldur's Gate 3 that I haven't tried, and so I'm like, man, I don't really know how good this is because I haven't tried it. Like Warlock, I never made a Warlock, but I have made a Battlemaster Fighter, which is basically the same class as a Warlock. I guess it's like literally the exact same class. So let's go here. So I'm like, I'm pretty sure this class is good because I've played something very similar to it. But like Wizard, I never played a Wizard, but I wrote off the whole class entirely because I'm pretty dead certain that class just like completely. Oh no! Oh, we took the hit. That's fine. That's fine. Trust us. We'll be okay. We healed 3 from Dorothea. Oh my goodness, we still have 4 casts of Thunder, by the way. We haven't used any of our 4 casts of Thunder. Let's just use one of our 4 casts of Thunder. Have I mentioned we only have 4 casts of Thunder? That's a lie, we have 3 now. Dude, you're level 1! Oh my god, I'm gonna have freaking like level 9 Dorothea going into whatever chapter, like chapter 9 again. Literally, I'm going to beat chapter 9. I'm going to promote Dorothea to monk. That's what's going to happen. I can already tell. We can do it with the mini bow, or we could go here and start like going pow, kill with these units, right? No, I want to funnel the EXP into Sylvain. So vacate into, oh crap, I need a weapon. I need a weapon. Curve shot mini bow. Favorite opinion that Dex is most important style. Like crazy people don't want to max out Dex in a D&D campaign. Okay, so in D&D campaigns, like in tabletop, it's like, it's understandable to not max out Dex because initiative works differently. Initiative is on a D20 in tabletop, but it's on a D4 in Baldur's Gate 3. So and it's a completely different stat in Baldur's Gate 3 is the point I'm trying to make. So I'm not gonna like, do I have an Iron Axe in Convoy? So if you're like, yeah, I'm just not gonna max it out in tabletop, then I actually think you're making the right decision by not maxing it out in tabletop, and you're still giving the Iron Axe. I really should have picked up a training axe at some point. That thing's like actually rather accurate and good. Yeah, destroyed.
Just give up.
It's very different in tabletop because, you know, it doesn't work off the D4 initiative. Oh, you have my Vuln, don't you? Here you go. Have my shield. Wait, I need the Vuln. Forgot to get the Vuln. I see. Trails might be up your alley. It's very side quest focused. I said I usually try to stick to the main story though. Most of my playtime in every Trails game, but Reverie and Sky third was side quests. I to be fair, when you said it though, I kind of like rushed over the point because I was like, kind of affecting the premise. Oh no, archers. Does anybody have rushing blow? Balthus would have rushing blow. I love good side quests. A shame they're not common. Baldur's Gate 3, I remember, definitely did have a lot of them. I just intentionally didn't do them. I said might not be up your alley. Oh, I see. Might not be up your alley. Gotcha. Look at me. I'm thinking you misread me, but I misread you. Never played it, even though I love JRPG. Everyone's talking about Trails all of a sudden. It's a big series, right? Okay, what the heck happens? So he goes here, here, and then he goes here. I remember this one, he goes here. So, what do I do about that? I think I just run away. Run away! Strategically retreat, rather. To be fair, Baldur's Gate 3 side quests or mainly just do what you want. Yeah, exactly. Like, I just... The thing with, so here's the thing about, like, me with video games in general, alright? If, at any point in a video game, I reach a state where I'm just like, I know for a fact, if I just rush the main objective, I will win the game, like, very handily. Like, if I can just envision everything between me and the final boss, and I just beat it with what I have now, then I just go for the final boss. I just go win the game now, essentially. Unless it's for a certain reward. Like, that's just my playstyle in most video games. I don't really like to stop and sip the roses. If I detect that I can just win the game now by rushing the main objective, then I will go and win the game now by rushing the main objective. That's usually what I do. Me in Baldur's Gate 3, like I enter Act 3 in Baldur's Gate 3, and it's like, literally, I enter Baldur's Gate 3, and then I look at like my notes, and it's like, if I kill these 7 guys, I see the credits screen. So then just go and kill these 7 guys. Right? Put Hubert way in the back. Hubert sucks, by the way. Just in general. People like Trails, just like Trails, because from what I heard, the entire series exists in the same world, just run a very similar time frame. I mean, it's really cool to have a continuous story like that, right? I'm sure that's really rewarding for people who pay a lot of attention to the series. He's not the worst general ever. He does have Bat Wrath. Ooh. You know what? I take it back. He's got Bat Wrath. Like, because the warbending and swords were good? Yeah, exactly. Love Trails, but I'm so slow at playing them because it takes so long to do everything. I only played like 3 of them so far. I've only played 3 Trails games. Yeah, no. I think you'll like this series. I mean, it's pretty good. Right? Oh, I should probably, like, preserve a cast of wind for Costas. Okay, I have 2 casts of wind. I only played 3 trails against them 4 years. I wonder if he is a good general. He's an alright adjutant, that's for sure. Ah, but then it's a real chore getting him up to 20, man. Could you imagine? I didn't want to get this guy up to, like, 5. It's like a net. If I get a net up to level 5, something must have, something weird must have happened. That does not usually happen for me. Did Petra get a level, by the way? No, she did not. Let's get Petra a level. Bonk. Destroyed.
My heart is.
All right, let's check out this Petra level, fellas. I'm ready for it.
Disappointing, but I will not misplace my heart.
She's Raphael in disguise. I'm telling you. I'm in the wrong house. I'm in the Golden Deer. Look at her. I brought it down to level 20. Knowing I'll sacrifice for an HPD. Yeah. But especially Renee. Ren? Don't these guys start moving all of a sudden? I don't really know. I'm just gonna go this way. Ooh, we can fight this archer. That'd be so cool. Imagine we fought this archer. Like, go here and then fight this archer. I'll give you guys 3 guesses as to what I'm excited to do in this map. Which unit I want to fight the most? We're not the same as Ren? Gotcha. Why didn't they spell it that way? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, like, I'm always talking about, like, this and that and I'm like, have a net or Pegasus and that, and it's like... And then after a while, I just realized I'm not even getting her to level 20. I'm not even getting to level 10. How are the calcs on 3 out of 3 strength, 0 out of 3 speed Petra going? It's 0.4 to the 6th, which is 2 to the 12th, which is 4096 with a bunch of zeros in front of it. So I think it's a 0.4096. Is it 0.4096 or is it 0.04096? I think it's 0.4096. It's got to be 0.4096. That's the only one that makes sense. It's 0.4096. 1% of Petras? No, it's got to be less than 1%, right? Wait, no. You're right. 0.4096. Look at me go. Alright, Ferdinand. Show us what you can do. I should have purchased like a hand axe or a javelin. Kind of funny. Just to issue a range attack with, what's it called? Prowess. It would be funny if we could do that. Okay, think about it. We could do curved shot. Bam! Followed by, are we ready for this? Curved shot. Okay, we actually maybe shouldn't do that. It's a bad idea. Gotten enough of these Petra levels. Do I have a level up Bernadetta, man? She freaking sucks. She's an awful unit. Just complete Garbo stats. Who does and doesn't have HP 5? You don't have HP 5. That's an issue. Let's get you HP 5 as well. Yeah, Bernie is best unit though. Okay, she's like alright. She's like all. Curve shot from 2 range, then triple trade it to 2 range curve shot again? What? Oh, with the steel bow? I mean, yeah, that's the plan. I'm glad you're paying attention, Wrong House. Good to know someone in chat is like, you know, on the same page as I am. So, it's nice to have the support from my audience. Look at that, 12 by 2. Don't even take the damage. Oh, what happens next? Then we boom, 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 trade it over there. And then, I mean, how much avoid does this guy have? Like, no, wait, I say no avoid, but that's actually 22 avoid. There's a lot of avoid. Here's the thing though, right? 8 decks. Bow prowess that, so 8, 16. You have slightly less. Okay, so imagine for a moment. Oh, I can just actually check with a steel bow. Oh. Easy, bro. Easy. Well, how much do you have again? I keep on forgetting to remember my math. I was about to say do my math, but that's a lie. I do the math. I just don't remember the numbers. Curve shot, steel bow. Bam, bam. That took like 4 years to go to C Sport. What is it, 56? Yeah, exactly. Simple. Destroyed.
I will not be stopping.
She will not be stopping. Okay, Sylvain and Petra are the investment targets. We can get them to level 5. That's 3 units to level 5. Some would call this absolutely pathetic performance, but you know what? I'm rather happy. That. I say I'm very pleased to see all my units reaching such new heights. Sleep Edelgard in the back, she sucks. Literally worst unit in the game.
Retreat.
I haven't found any uses for her yet. How much heal do I have? I have 2 heals and a large bullion. Bullion, right? It's bullion. Oh, look at this guy's range. Sheesh. So imagine for a moment that this guy moves here. Then you can go 1, 2. Got a lot of range, man. Rubble. Terrain that is navigable only by flyers. What if I put a unit over here? What if I did split up? What if Edelgard was actually right all along? The people were wrong. Edelgard was right. What if I just killed Costas? Oh, but then I lose the EXP from these 4 guys. I'm over here saying like the EXP. Is that sandbagging? I was pretty proud of myself getting a quintuple level 5. Also have to reset. Oh, no. And that ended 1 EXP. You're like, I gotta do this chapter again. No, you get to do the chapter again, right? Okay, what happens now? We go here, boom, boom, boom. What if we just like run at them, right? I think this archer will be here. Oh, I'm out of assault troops per time. That was short-sighted of me, I guess. Just run out of assault troops like that? Golly, raisins. Here I was thinking you were good at Fire Emblem. God series that made me cry the most out of any series. Emotional. Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's not in range. But I'm 1 square out of range, which means I will be in range on the next turn. Oh, but it's 16, man. Get out of here. I'll just tank it with Sylvain the whole time. Yeah. Just use Sylvain. Okay, cool. The matter is settled. We are using Sylvain. Nope, not that item. This one. Because he has 13 prot? Oh, these guys leveled up. That's pretty cool. Okay. Bigger range is so much a little bit before Costas, even though you're very close to Costas. It's actually like, pretty nice, yeah. And at the end of the day, like, you're still getting attacked by these guys, right? So, I guess, like, move our other units back just a smidge. Oh, we could... Every time I see the rally and then don't click it, I'm like, man, I could have gotten, like, mad support rank here, but I just didn't get mad support rank here. Wait, why did I move Sylvain back? We're doing this side. That's what we're doing. Never played a game so bittersweet. Or written. Following review. Whoa. Need to go here. Is there an issue? No, right? 13. Then I move back and... Cool. All right, everything is looking very good. What? Oh, you have a bit. I was like... Okay, Sarah's mercenaries might get, like, depleted, but who cares? Like, fine. Characters that, in your opinion, beat even the peak of Xenoblade in Trails? Nice. I mean, like, I think it's fine. I can just have these guys vacate a bit later. Ooh, crap. She's next to Dorothea. No! Anti-synergy. What's going on? Kidding. Anybody else injured, actually? Like, legitimately? Oh, okay. Surely it won't be too hard to just retreat everybody in such a way that I can just live these guys, right? In fact, like, wrapping around here kind of makes it difficult for these past thieves to pursue. It's very nice. Wait, so Vayne's actually earning a lot of EXP. This is like 9 for the counterattacks. There's a lot of EXP in Vayne. Wait, it only baited out the thief? Dude, what was I worried about? It only baited out the thief, man. Look at that. Imagine being worried. Could not be me, man. Let us... like a curve shot iron bow. It's like really bad hit rate. Ish. Well, thankfully he's going for Hubert. I'm gonna trust this forecast. Yeah, group AI, SMH, yeah, exactly. Maybe this is the reason why Wrong House likes going left. Oh, come on, I can still get that archer, like, extremely easily. Like, getting that archer is, like, completely trivial, matter of fact. Okay. You know, there haven't been any, like, misses that I've seen this chapter. Like, overall, it's been pretty lucky, I gotta say. In fact, I can't even... I don't even think I've missed a single time, like, legitimately. Wait, AS6? Oh, you do have AS6, right? This guy doubles. Oh, wait, he doesn't. Wait, what? You have less speed than the other ones. The other ones had 10 AS. This has 9. This. He has 9. He? Yes, he. Unless it's a lady with a beard. I don't think so. Call it a hunch. I don't think that's a lady with a beard. You're simply too good to me. Yeah, the game has recognized my talent. Rewarded me justly. Right? It'd actually have been unfair if I'd missed any of these attacks. Let's back up just to... Oh, I keep forgetting to do this. Oh.
It's dangerous.
I agree. In dismounted Death Knight punch, yes. Wait. Think so? Very random question, but I'm working on that every weapon combo spreadsheet. I'm pretty sure. What's the game gonna do? 99 turn you? It happened a few times, and I've been at risk of 99 turn. I don't think this is gonna be one of them. But I'm just gonna go here, and then, like, get this guy, blah, blah, blah. I mean, come on, how bad can it be? I'll just back up and back up. Like, I have ones. We'll be alright. Dodge. Easy. Do the enemies miss? I don't. Wait, I got weapon XP? I got class HP for that? Okay, this guy moves. Yes, he can. Okay. Wronghouse says yes, he can. I trust Wronghouse in all matters related to Crimson Flower. Maddening speedrun? Oh, Maddening speedrun does. Oh, interesting. Like, specifically, it uses, oh, whoa, Dorothy is in range. Like, isn't Dorothy? No, Dorothy is not in range. Matter of fact, Dorothea is not in range. That makes Death Knight the only advanced class that can use every weapon. Holy. Gotta move it up the tier list a few spots then, right? It can use every weapon. Can it actually use every weapon? Yes. The only advanced class that can use every weapon. Yeah, Trickster and War Cleric. I was about to say, surely they can do it too. But is that an advanced class? Wait, is Death Knight, is that an advanced class or is it a master class? Like, does it take 150 to master Death Knight or does it take 200 to master Death? Or are those advanced or is it special? I honestly, I just go by however many points of EXP it takes to master. If it takes 150 to master, it's an advanced. If it takes 200 to master, it's a master. That's the serial 2 shots, 100 hit, but lol Mercedes. Oh, yeah. Oh, true. You gotta kill Mercedes, huh? Give me my axe back. And someone give him a lance. Because this lance has 2 uses. Oh no! He's doing from 2 range. Skills mastered for noble. I lost the HP to earn the HP. So what's happening here? We can do a big... Oh, crap. We don't actually have a weapon here, do we? I mean, we have a lance here. I can just grab this lance and do like a Tempest Lance.
I can fight through anything.
It needs 200 to master, then it's a master. HP for HP, fair trade. That's right. To be fair, if we keep on making this trade, we eventually lose all of our HP because we lost more than we gained. Also, we don't gain HP. Let's not forget this very basic fact. 21 avoid. Sheesh. Hit +6, avoid +6. What if I just bung it in there with the training lance? How bad can it be? For one, I always have like these kills. I think this is actually like a very easy kill to earn, matter of fact. Between Petra, between you, between Ferdinand, and then Ferdinand can just go up and like get the kill. How hard can it be? Also, we can just fire a gambit, right? Like I can actually, you know what? I should just fire these disturbance gambits already. Like, we need to shoot these gambits at some point. Why not now? You know, you ever thought of it that way?
Much needed.
Or we don't need to shoot the gambits, but I quite well profit if I shoot the gambit. So let me shoot the gambit.
How interesting.
How interesting. Bunging can
Now's
never
our
go
chance.
wrong. Never. It always works. Oh. Okay, now I think we can actually go here with like a equipped quite 6 board as well. Just Iron Lance. Iron Lance is 4 AS. 9. Two sword. Just use a Vuln. Simple. Followed by some action that gets you to level 5, right? Let me check out this curve shot. Easy. Okay, cool. Actually, this is some EXP for Linhardt, so let's do it.
I am Ferdinand von Iron.
Yo, we said the thing. Someone clip that. Simple.
I will remove
You got a lot of,
you! My heart is full of victory.
Just like that.
Really? I mean, there's still enemies remaining. Like, it could have been worse, but man, that sucks. The dreaded. It's not the bot. Yeah. Or this guy. Either one works, matter of fact. Speaking of 1 EXP, shit them with the Fisher. Yeah, no. Get in there. Okay, what's going on there? Boom. Actually gotta maybe watch out for this boss, yeah? Doesn't he have like a lot of crit? 11. Okay, he doesn't have a lot of crit. It says 11. I could go here. I could do the defensive rally charm. This is still disturbance gambit though. That's pretty rough. I should have trained up restore, obviously. This just proves that Petra is a bad unit. You know what? I'm fine with this propaganda. Just kidding. Petra's a fine unit. I will not accept Petra slander in this house. Curved shot, mini bow. 999. Gotta be the right thing to do, yeah? Huge level.
Hard work created this.
I'm telling you. It's just Raphael. But we're gonna have Byleth too. 4 strength. 0 speed. Still a base speed, yeah. You slander my favorite Radiant Dawn unit all the time. Which one, Jill? Because Jill sucks. Like, it's really easy to slander a bad unit. That's the secret. Honk. A Crest of Indec moment? I think she deserves it. Maybe on 0% growths. Even on regular, she sucks. For real. Combat art. Smash. Iron Axe. Boom. Right? That's obviously how it works. Iran better? True.
What's next?
Iran just better. Outright. Oh, he needs one extra classy XP.
I like how this feels.
So Vayne is literally Petra. Right? Like, look at this. 12 strength, 10 speed. And then with the thing, the personal, you get some extra. Yeah, he's literally Petra. 10 speed, 10 speed. Same unit. 11 speed. What? 11 speed since when? Ron didn't even have 30 spare capacity like Nolan unusable. Oh yeah, wasn't the spare capacity actually something about Reaver for draft race? I remember that being a thing. Spare capacity actually being like legitimately rather useful. Okay, watch us. We're just not gonna fight this guy. Okay, we're gonna do the defensive rally charm, fellas. The defensive rally charm is how we're going to defeat this boss. He has 11 AS, dude. What? Since when does he have 11? I mean, I guess since always, but like, I mean, come on. You know what I'm getting at? Like, since when did he have 11 AS? I can use the bush to my advantage. Surely. If I get him to double me, right? Think about it. 23 minus 12 minus 1, 13. 23 minus 13 is 10 times 2. Does not kill me. If you smoke enough copium, then marksman 30 spare capacity looks like something. Ooh. How good are bows? Let's find out. Okay, this is facing crit because 11 crit. Why would I chance everything on that? How about I just like don't do something goofy? I could use Iron Sword and then the shield and boom boom. He won't gambit me, he won't crit me. Nothing bad will happen. Everyone needs to move up. Oh, I'm out of heals on then heart. Okay, cool. Wasn't that a 0% strat used for something in 3-5? I don't think I've ever made a marksman for 3-5 and 0%. Unless I was using some other kind of capacity thing. Maybe someone else did. I'm pretty sure, because by then you only have the one Master Crown, right? I guess maybe I could have Paragon Shinon by then. My usual priority is Titania, though. So, maybe. The defensive rally charm. He's not going to gambit anyway, but just in case, I'm going to be prepared. Now, 23. Minus 12, minus 1 is 10. Ten times 2 is 20. Notably, it's not 34. So I think it's going to be fine. Oh, I can hit him with the mire. Man, I can hit him with so many different things, man. We're going to destroy this boss. It will not be close. Boys and girls, close your eyes if you don't want to see sensitive content, because this guy's literally about to get destroyed. What do you think of this map's design? I find it a bit lacking. This is one of my favorite maps in the game. I like it a lot. I don't think a lot about design or map design or game design, though, so... If you've thought about it more than I have, and you're like, I find it lacking, I'm not gonna call you wrong. Why is that? The enemies are really strong. That's basically it. This is like one of the few maps on Maddening where the enemies are like legitimately outstatting you in a big way. Strength, speed. I ironically prefer Echo's design to this. Lamau, I really love Echo's design, actually. OMG, strength. I think so. I really like Echo's map design. Sincerely, I do. I get into a map like that, and I feel like Sun Tzu. Like, choosing to fight at the river, you know? It's the same way with FE6. That's fair, I find it a bit slow. I mean, well, I like it. If it's slow and I like it, I don't mind it being slow. Okay, it looks like I'm just gonna destroy this guy with curved shots and stuff like that. I don't even think I want a Mire, right? Like, what if we just freaking hit him with curved shots? Look at that. Well, maybe that's the reason why not to. Probably this is going to be more than anything, right? Okay, let's actually do some math here. I was about to be like, let's find a 100% kill. And then not do it. But what if we found a 100% kill and then did it? Oh, okay, we got you. How many units do we get to level 5? This many. And none of the mages. That's fine, though. How about rev map design? I like all those. I just wish Echoes had a harder mode like Maddening. Big square with woods. Yes. I liked every rev map that I played. Actually, a lot of damage, huh? Yeah, we could maybe get some Dorothea EXP? Think about it, man. Imagine getting some Dorothea EXP. The part 3 houses, the difficulty is very lopsided. Yeah, like, the enemies are very strong. Like, the enemy, by the way, the enemies next map literally get weaker. And I don't mean, like, weaker relative to how much you developed. I mean, literally, their stats go down. So, you know, next map is like, where did the stats go? Where did the stats go? And they don't reach the level of being, like, better than these guys until, I think, Chapter 6. And even in Chapter 6, there's a couple enemies who, like, lose to the Thieves. Did I get it on Ferdinand? What if I got... Oh, what if I got the kill with Linhardt, man? Imagine I got the kill with Linhardt. That actually became sick. Maybe 6 when you go from Chapter 5 to 6. Yeah, something very similar happens in that game. I can curve shot with this iron bow. It doesn't have Vantage or any silliness like that. So I can get this kill to Linhardt in melee. But there's a real lack of balance. In what way? That the player units are too strong? Or that the enemies are too strong? Or... I'm kind of curious to hear your elaboration on this. And then early game Maddening is turbo pain because it's so front loaded. I feel like it's more like it's just this map and Chapter 1 specifically. Are very hard. I guess I could like get some EXP on this guy, you know. Seems like a fun thing to do. And that's a little activity before Linhardt gets the lethal.
That was nothing.
Okay, I was like, who's getting the follow-up? Oh no, the J-Mercs got damaged. And this has a 100% to kill, right? There's no bandage or anything going on? Yeah. Like, the next few maps are just going to be, like, Farmville. First of the Maddening early game, the middle or late, it's way in front of me. Yeah, it's really challenging. It's a lot of fun to work through.
What a mistake.
What a mistake. Super unfun? I disagree. I really like 1 and 2.
It's simple logic.
It's speed. I find Chapter 3 is the only map I struggle with really at all. But that's me being bad at the game. So Chapter 3... does have a worrisome archer that I probably ought to like research and think about. Right? I'm a little bit worried about a couple of the archers. Because archers have 5 move and 3 range, so 8 effective range, and the highest vision you can get with the torch is 7. So legitimately you can like max out a torch and not see an archer, and then I come out of range and hit you anyway. I really ought to just try and figure out where the archers are. Is there one archer with like 3 AS range? Yeah, there's a literal 3 AS archer on that map. I picked up the chest, right? Yeah. Linhardt has the large bullion. Since when has it been called the Red Canyon?
On our way out.
Because you really want a crazy enemy phase? Yes.
Of course.
I did notice something.
I expected as much. The area that can the value.
But a casual player won't know these BS builds. I think if you make it to part 2 Maddening, you are not a casual player anymore. And you should just know better. Tano pinned all the enemy locations in his Discord server. Check. Like, I agree, a casual player won't know these things. A casual player also won't be in Part 2 Maddening. By the time they get there, they'll have either, or rather, by the time they would have got there, they'll either have failed at some point earlier and lowered the difficulty or chosen a different video game to play, or they will have learned some mechanics about the game and then gotten there. I think that it's very centralized. In what way? Like, centralized around what? Dude, why can't I find a Tano's Discord? I was about to say I need to leave some Discords, but I don't actually think I need. 3 houses, Ironman, pins? I don't know how many pins. 3 houses, pin. Rangor's tier list. What did Rangor's tier list have to say? Shamir? Pretty good. I don't know if she's that good. I know when I played 3 houses for the first time casually, I got to Part 2 Maddening. All the builds are similar. I would kind of disagree. I think there's a lot of very different things you could do. Unless you're talking about like just one-turning the map with like warp and swift strikes or something. And then like maybe I guess I could buy it. Find the enemy layout. It should be in resources. Resources. Gotcha. I would find it strange to... Hold on a sec. Let me find this. There it is. Okay, found it. Wait, what the heck? This is an paralog. It's not pinned, but it is here. Okay, okay, found it, yes. Okay, cool. Right at the top. Yeah, I see it now. And it marks actually all the archer ranges. Very good. People say Odins feel the same and that they're nothing but javelins. Yeah, I think there's like a lot of, I think there's a bit more nuance to Part 2 than you're making it out to be. Never play Ultimate at all for 3 houses, and I find Maddening quite simple post-time skip. A culture long since perished. It's possible they weren't even human. Edelgard does indeed believe in the lizard people.
So you have safely disposed of them. But why did they target the student until we know more?
Of course, I will do all that I can.
Good. I have high expectations for you. By legend for a goddess.
A goddess? There's a lot of audience that feel different if you don't marriage cheese.
Long ago, divine Seros received a revelation from the goddess. A gift to help guide the lost.
Like, I'm curious, what is the cheese? Like, I'm actually curious, like, what is the cheese that you're thinking of? Like, what is the... If say all builds are similar, then, like, name me the build.
Garland.
And then I'm gonna wonder if I can say, like, 3 houses has a lot of units that feel different if you don't do the build that you're thinking about. Right? Enemy face Juggernaut. It's kind of curious because that's not the build that I would say is the most, like, centralizing thing in Maddening Part 2. I would say by far, like, turn 1 boss kill strats or turn 2 boss, whatever, just like early turn boss kill strats where you just like use some combination of stride, dance, warp, rallies, or whatnot to just kill the bosses on turn 1. I would, like, if you had said that, I would have been like, I think you're onto something here, but choosing enemy face Juggernaut specifically, I think is, like, actually kind of strange. That or Wyvern. I do think that when you hit 20, and I have gone on record before saying that, like, Wyvern Rider is just, like, far and away the best class in the game, right? Presumably, Treehouse payment to marry Corrin is marriage cheese, since every unit who marries Corrin becomes an invincible god unit. True. The reason people one-turn maps is because they have poor design. Okay. Does Wyvern go burn? Foreign marriage can do funny things. I mean, so it can use the 3 houses. Like, yeah, if you have someone marry Corrin, then they just enemy face Juggernaut, right? Like, with one-turn maps to avoid 3 houses ambush spawns? No, not really. I wouldn't really cite... I wouldn't cite that as the primary reason to one-turn maps. The party doesn't even make the top 5. To be honest with you. Like if I one-turned a map and you asked me like why did you one-turn that map, I don't think avoiding the ambush spawns would even, or avoiding the reinforcements would even like enter the top 5 reasons. I do think that like as far as being centralized goes, I do think that at level 20, Wyvern Rider is just far and away the best class in the game. And I do think that there is like a legitimate imbalance in options in that specifically. I want to turn part 2 maps because I got bored. Yeah, fine. Probably the biggest reason I cite for one-turning maps is it is legitimately the easiest way to play the map most times. And it wins. So if it wins and it works and it's the easiest and most reliable thing to do, then I'll do that. Is that really different to any of the games since Awakening? What do you mean? Or like, which is this addressing? All the game have guys centralized, have Giga centralized builds. What's something you could change about Wyvern that isn't just negative class stats? You could make the flying battalions like dramatically worse. Which in a way is like negative class stats. In a way, it's negative class stats, right? You could just hit them in the battalions, right? But at the moment, things like, if you look at the D-rank battalions, Ceros Pegasus is actually just kind of like the best battalion there anyway, right? Remove Axeter, reduce Wyvern to 6 move. Could also make it tougher to cert. Yeah, the fact that it's BC is actually like I've said it before, like BC is just outright easier to cert than solo A every time. Rude man, what's up, Duck? BC is just outright easier to cert than solo A. So yeah, even doing like B and B, I don't care if it makes it harder for men to get into because they don't have the opportunity to earn flying rank in Pegasus Knight and intermediate, like, so. The entire point is I'm trying to nerf the class. Make it AC, something weird, I don't know. Something harder than BC, though, that's for sure. Because at the moment, like, if you ranked what are the classes that's, like, easiest for arbitrary unit to get into, Wyvern Rider is going to be, like, in the top 3. I've been playing 3 hours of Ironman with other rules and no Kanto, and I found myself starting Wyvern way less. What are you starting more often instead of Wyvern, and why do you think that is? Primary River, males can't get into Wyvern easily. Blow out the game with War Master then. I mean, at the very least, War Master is level 30, sir, right? If you told an early Fates player that Soul Master Ninja Silas was high tier, they would just combust. I mean, yeah, but then that's just like an enemy phase Juggernaut. I find it kind of strange that you pan 3 houses for having very centralized like enemy phase Juggernaut builds and then start like referencing Fates, which I think like beginning very early on in Fates, whenever you're past the like I'm doing dual strikes for weapon rank phase, that kind of becomes like centralized enemy phase type builds. Hello, what's up, Shibina? Like, I find it very strange that you would pan 3 houses for that. Choose what is, in my opinion, not even like the most centralizing strategy in 3 houses. I think it's more the enemy phase skills take longer to unlock in Fates. Pair up? No. Most of them are like level 5 promoted, I guess. But also you can just marry Corn and then pair up, right? He's referencing people when Fates came out, thought Fates was impossible and enemy phase Juggernaut on Lunatic. Yeah, that's fine. I'm pretty sure that did happen. Elbow Room is level 1 unpromoted. True. It's like 75% Assassin Trickster. Really? Assassin Trickster? Interesting. One of each Paladin, Armor, Sniper. You don't have to convince me on Assassin. Why so many Tricksters? See, here's the thing. If you have this many Assassins or Tricksters, it can't be Stealth. Because if all of the units have stealth and nobody does. I want to write the survival skill. Yeah. Like the bulk is what you mean? Juggernaut early game? I mean, when I'm saying early game, I'm thinking about like chapter 8 or 9. Like, that's what I mean by early game. The idea that you need skills to survive enemy phase and fates come from this weird misconception where fates players think a build needs to be infinitely sustainable. Like the chapter after Route Split? Yeah, like that's what I'm saying when I say like early game. 10, like for example, Conquest 10, it's really hard for me to declare whether Conquest 10 is early game or mid game, right? Probably fair. Juggernaut early game is just Nosferatu Odin. I don't remember when exactly you have access to Nosferatu 10. Rykard the Third says, well, they all get stealth if they move with the armor low. Oh, so there actually is a kind of like you have a bunch of assassins like orbiting a fortress knight or something, huh? It's kind of interesting. Which is weird because Noble Corn is perfectly capable of enemy phase juggernauting, even if it's not optimal, and I did Master Ninja Xander. Just seems really good. Like just did a playthrough of Juggernauted early game with Corrin, yeah. For Trickster, I find it's just most convenient for utility mages, which I also spam. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a big fan of Trickster for utility units. Again, it kind of feels like I was just talking about Command and Conquer Generals a moment ago. It feels like you're playing one of those like stealth plus spells. It feels like you're playing one of those RTS games where you could just like call down an airstrike anywhere, or like call down a reinforcement drop anywhere. Right? If you just have your spellcasters with stealth, they can just go wherever and cast their spells wherever. It doesn't matter. Anywhere you want to go, they can be there casting the spells, right? I think I did the Spear class from Hoshido. If you have a sufficient defense set to take 1 or 2 damage from enemies, which Corrin does as soon as you get to chapter 7, then you can still survive every enemy you can get in range of, so who cares that it's not infinite? Yeah. There is, I think it's a pretty modern gaming pitfall, or maybe it was always here, but it's definitely, I think it's definitely like a modern gamer pitfall, where for whatever reason, everyone really desires for strategies to be like renewable, right? Or to be like fueled by renewable resources. If the strategy has any component that could theoretically run out, then suddenly the entire strategy is markedly less attractive because of it. Stealth spells is really cool for Trickster if you do it to do a 5-move half spells in some way. Apparently, well, Rykard the Third is just orbiting a Fortress Knight, so, you know, I don't really think that's an issue for Rykard. Right? I think it's also that going through Fates as a player Fates game is a very valid option. True, just like going through 3 Houses as a player Fates game is a very valid option. That's what I was kind of talking about with like one-turning maps. Right? So funny to me because I love the non-renewable resources in general. It keeps games fresh and interesting for planning. I like from a game feel perspective, I definitely feel really big brain when I use consumables. As long as you win the game before the resource runs out, then it may as well be renewable, yeah. That's why I hear people warp through 3 houses way more than every game, because you have warp for every map once you get it. Yeah, the renewable warps, whatever. Whereas in 3 houses, ambush spawns exist. I mean, yeah, but you could also just like, I mean, the thing with ambush spawns is like, you know, you could beat the ambush spawns by winning the map before. You could beat the ambush spawns by having like an enemy phase build. You could beat the ambush spawns by just not being near where the ambush spawns are going to spawn. You could beat the ambush spawns by being near where the ambush spawns are going to spawn and just surviving them anyway. Like, I don't know. I like, if you don't like ambush spawns, that's fine. I'm not going to tell you what to like or to not like, but I don't think ambush spawns are like very problematic. Right? Fate's player phase maps are usually less one-turnable. Which maps are player phase maps? This is a very strange one. Also, the reason that it's harder to one-turn maps in Fates is because you don't have like infinite warp and you don't have stride. Ambush spawns in the game with turn, just ambush spawns in general. Like even in this playthrough, I'm not afraid of the ambush spawns. I'm not afraid of the ambush spawns in this playthrough. Ambush spawns are mainly problematic without turn wheel or already knowing where they are and what they are. I agree. If you're like playing a game for the first time, you don't know where the ambush spawns are, and you get owned by the ambush spawns, I'm not going to call you an idiot. Happens. Personally, the more I play 3 houses, the less I care about offensive spell count unless it's rescue spamming for greens or pseudo canto. Yeah, I find it's not really like that big a. Okay, here's the thing. If you have the rank to Cert Trickster, you have the rank to just like have a bunch of different spells in your spellbook anyway, right? Like the reason that have spellcasts in Noble or Commoner hurts so much is not because you have spellcasts, it's because you have spellcasts and only one spell in your book. But when you have spellcasts and you're a trickster, you're level 20, you just have all the spells in your book. Who cares if you run out of one? You still got another like 7 in the bank, right? Like ambush spawns are real feels bad, especially in the early mid game. Like which chapter? Past thieves who double your entire army are not what I would call balanced. They don't double your entire army. They double anybody with 4 AS or below. Like, I definitely like the ambush spawns. I'll just, like, before you continue on this point, assuming that I don't like ambush spawns, I like ambush spawns. I think that the maps with ambush spawns are more interesting for having ambush spawns. Oh no, I can't cast William. Good thing. Yeah, exactly. I just have more spells. Like, it makes going through these zones more difficult. Okay, so there's a different. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, if you don't like ambush spawns, I'm not going to tell you that like you need to change your opinion or anything. Three Houses actually changed my opinion on ambush spawns. I used to dislike them. Really? What it was there like a particular detail about Three Houses ambush spawns that like changed your opinion? Or no? But ambush spawns really get my nerves. That's fine. One exception where I care about offensive spell count is like Bolting Meteor because I also consider them utility spells. Ah, I see. But you don't care about like running out of fire or running out of Bolganon or whatever. Chapter 5 is just really fun problem solve. Yeah, like you get to that point and like you really have to think about what you're going to do about this. Right? It's not like the thing is like there was this common line that people use when talking about ambush spawns. They said like ambush spawns only exist to like tax your divine pulses. Well, that's not true. Like, yeah, they tax your divine pulse if you don't know about them because you walk up to the chapter 5 ambush spawn, you get owned by the chapter 5 ambush spawn, and then you divine pulse, and then you develop a new strategy. But you do develop a new strategy. And even if you know about them ahead of time, you can't just know about them ahead of time, go tax the divine pulse, and then go. You still have to develop a strategy that deals with them, right? Only on like a first playthrough. Knowing ambush spawns didn't change my opinion. That's fine. There just aren't a lot of obvious solutions to Chapter 5 Thieves, and whatever you come up with always feels clever and fun. Yeah, exactly. Like, the Chapter 5 Thieves are fun. For sure. I think, was it Forced Attack? Okay, I remember in Forced Attack, the ambush spawns in the Death Knight and Hubert chapter. Chapter 19 or 18, I don't remember. I think it's 19, chapter 19. The one where you attack Embar and there's the Death Knight and Hubert. The Falcons and the monsters. Those actually spawned and I had to deal with them in that playthrough. And it was pretty, it was actually a real good challenge trying to work around those boys. The only way to spend 20x fire is if you're sandbagging its resource, the only use to play badly. I mean, the thing is, like, if you run out of fire, if you run out of that, then it's like, I mean, all the enemies are dead, so what's the issue? Okay, like, you ran out of 20 times fire, and now one of your units doesn't have fire cast anymore. Like, well, your other units have weapons, and this unit has other spells as well, and you hit 20 fire, you dealt, like, 20 fire casts worth of damage to the enemies, so, like, they ran out of those. Again, like, the enemies are not renewable. Oh, you just put the middle group to the right group? Oh, like, you loop around the north and the east? I don't agree though. If a game has a hardest mode like Maddening or Baldur's Gate 3 Honor mode, New Jersey, it's kind of interesting you say that because there was a discussion earlier whenever I was in preps of the prior map about difficulty and whatnot, and someone brought up about like good game design is probably making the hardest difficulty for someone who has foreknowledge of the game. I just read out the two groups. I see. I think in that playthrough there was some restriction or complication. The rule set was forced attack, so basically anytime if my unit from their position like had a legal attack they could make, then they had to do it. So I don't exactly remember the details of why that stipulation made it difficult for me to just dive on the bosses, which is, if one had no stipulations whatsoever, that would be possible. You could just like kill the Death Knight and just kill Hubert, probably on turn 1 each, and just win. I can't exactly remember in what way that stipulation stopped me from doing it or discouraged me from doing it, or if I had some other goal I wanted to accomplish. Maybe I want to dance the goddess or something. I can't remember why. But in any case, I remained on the map long enough for the reinforcements to show up, and I couldn't reunite the two groups. It should be possible completely blind without the frustration maps like 3 Eyes of Chapter 5. Okay. Spell count multiplier ability is the best because you get funny stuff like enemy Hubert with 80 miasma. Yeah, no, they're very funny. Yeah. I do really appreciate I'm just gonna like I appreciate difficulties that are just hard, right? And I actually don't want hard with an asterisk. I just want hard. I don't care if it's so hard that like I need some game knowledge in order to like properly plan around it. Matter of fact, I probably enjoy it more for that. And to be fair, if you don't share that opinion, then like, okay. If you think that you should be able to go in on the hardest difficulty and beat the game just with the knowledge as it arrives to you kind of organically, the game, that's fine. You're entitled to that opinion, and I don't think it's an unreasonable opinion. I think it's a very coherent opinion. It's not one that I share, because I've had a lot of good experiences with games that, I mean, I don't want to say assumed that you had some foreknowledge, but I definitely I enjoy entering a game with foreknowledge of the mechanics and then playing around it. Beginning friendly hard is basically different game design than a hard mode design around prior player knowledge. Oh, beginner friendly. Okay, I was like. Sorry, there's I seen like a hard mode that's kind of like again like so it's like beginner friendly hard. That's probably a good term for it. A hard mode that's like very reasonably beatable, only using information as has been like organically presented to you. You had Gremory Flame in 4th stack? Yeah. I had Gremory Flame. It was very goofy. Yeah. The beginner friendly hard modes where like you basically it's reasonably beatable using the information as is organically presented. I don't mind playing games which are not reasonably beatable using information as is organically presented to you. Matter of fact, a lot of my favorite games might actually kind of like violate that rule, like Slay the Spire. You know, Slay the Spire, there's a lot of stuff that you just like. Slay the Spire, there's a lot of game mechanics where you just enter it and you get wrecked. Because you don't have any familiarity with this thing, right? You enter a boss and you don't know what the boss's mechanics are, and then you get destroyed because you didn't know what the boss's mechanics were. Wicking Lunatic. A better way is to make the difficulty unlockable. Again, we kind of we did have this discussion in the preps of chapter 2, whereas like if you make the difficulty unlockable, that might just be an annoyance to someone who just wants to boot up the game and play on the hardest difficulty, even if it is not reasonably beatable. I mean, I think the best way to do it, honestly, is just put a warning. Or not a warning, just like a note up in front. Does this difficulty assume knowledge of the game, assume foreknowledge of the game mechanics? Like, you can just put that on the thing. Like, you can just put some text on, like, on the difficulty selection screen, you can just say this difficulty assumes foreknowledge of the game mechanics. That doesn't stop people. That's the people's fault. Like, if that sign won't stop you because you can't read, then that's your fault, not the game's. Like, if the game told me that if I attacked an enemy with Ferdinand, Ferdinand wouldn't kill and they would kill me, and then I press A and Ferdinand dies, is that my fault or is it the game's fault? And you can't just say, well, that should have stopped you. Yeah, I agree, it should have stopped me, but it didn't, so, like, I don't know. Like, if you tell the player what it is, and then they just ignore it and move forward anyway, then, like, what are you supposed to do? Like, why have the game communicate anything to you? But I won't prattle on any further about this point. I think I've adequately expressed that I don't agree. Limited possibilities are all deterministic after the map is rolled. At that point, it's up to you to develop a strategy that works against a particular layout. Wait, what do you mean? I know that, like, the abilities are random roll. On like unlockable difficulty, yeah, I'd rather just boot up the game on whatever difficulty I want to play straight away. Even if I end up getting wrecked. That happened with XCOM Enemy Unknown. I've never beaten XCOM Enemy Unknown. Matter of fact, my entire experience with XCOM Enemy Unknown is booting the game up on what was called impossible difficulty with no game knowledge and getting wrecked, just getting completely rolled. That was the fun I had with XCOM Enemy Unknown. Matter of fact, that was the game I booted up because if I booted it up on the hardest difficulty with no foreknowledge of the game, I would get rolled. You see from preps what combo all the non-reinforcements have. If you leave the map and come back, do they change or does it stay the same? The abilities are randomized, but they always activate under 3 conditions. Okay, gotcha. There's so many points in engaged Maddening where I thought I had no way out my first run. They changed me. Okay, I misunderstood Kuroi. I misunderstood Kuroi. I thought when Kuroi stated that, they meant that if you leave and come back, then the skills are the same. But okay, they do change if you do that. Okay. I figured they did, so I was like really confused by Kuroi's statement. But yeah, like basically the Lunatic Plus skills like just always proc. And to be fair, by the way, I understand not everyone enjoys that kind of thing that I was describing with Enemy Unknown. Like, the experience that I had with Enemy Unknown is I booted up on the hardest difficulty with no knowledge, and I got owned. I just got destroyed. But that was like why I played the game. It was kind of like the it was the kind of game I booted up when I wanted to have a really interesting and dramatic and like disastrous loss in a video game, basically. Because it was really good at that. Like everything would be going well until at some point, like one thing like went wrong and just all the dominoes fell, and you just had to sit there as all the dominoes fell and you lost a single player game. I think most people who like Lunatic Plus intentionally avoid doing that. I did notice in like Kuroi, and like Kuroi's rule set, it's like actually expressly forbidden or something to do that. It's a popular incorrect opinion that you have to do that until you roll a favorable layout. Yeah, I've heard that one before. I think it's the difference between strategy RPGs and other RPGs. Oh, please elaborate though, because we've covered a lot of points and it's kind of difficult for me to understand exactly what you're referring to with it. Rerolling is boring for Lunatic. In strategy RPGs, maps often change between difficulties. Rerolling is boring for Lunatic Plus. I never do that. Yeah, I've heard a lot of times people are against rerolling. More enemies, differing objectives, varying rewards. In strategy RPGs, I generally find largely the only thing that changes is more enemies, if anything were to change. In every single strategy RPG I've played. Now, I haven't played that many. I've basically played XCOM and Fire Emblem. That's pretty much it as far as strategy RPGs go. I found that when you increase the difficulty, the only thing that changes of the things you listed is number of enemies. RPG and SRPG are designed differently, though. In a JRPG, though, difficulty often just increases stats. Okay, sure. I know there are some RPGs where if you increase the difficulty, the enemy numbers do increase. Which is the only thing, in the list of things that you gave, is the only thing that kind of changes, that I've noticed changes in SRPGs that I've played. Okay, yeah, Radiant Dawn does have an objective change, gotcha. I do remember that, yeah. Radiant Dawn has a few. But that's like, I've probably played several hundred SRPG maps, and there's 3 that I can think about. Most of the general opinion that floats around the internet. I think it's one of those things where it's like you can do it, so people just assume that because you can, you ought to. Is it that you should or that you need to? Mental health profession guru, like just so that I understand what the popular opinion is, because I actually don't read much discourse on like this particular aspect of Fire Emblem Awakening. Is the popular opinion that you need to or that you ought to? Because I think one very clearly benefits from it. So if one wants to, like if one were to play it optimally, for example, usually the opinion parrot is that you need to. Okay, yeah. I remember back then saying a lot of you need to. Okay, good. New Mystery of the Emblem? Yes, okay, I do remember there being some changes there. And actually, to be fair, this one does as well. Like, Maddening mode also changes, like, for example, how much weapon EXP you get from goals. So that is a change in, like, admission rewards, I guess. You count goal advancement as, like, mission rewards. It's part of the macro, yes. Maddening does, in fact, decrease goal EXP. It decreases weapon EXP upon recruitment as well. X and Path of Radiance are done too. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, now that you bring up these other examples, I agree. I didn't think about some of these other examples. But yeah, the what was this whole thing really getting at anyway? I mean, at the end of the day, there's basically the core idea of, like, if you boot up a video game on the hardest difficulty, should you or should you not be, like, reasonably able to beat it? Yapping Gone South. Yeah, I was like, where did this even come from? And I think that was the more interesting point. And I think we all have our own perspectives on the matter. I don't really feel the need to, like, proselytize my perspective on the matter. I'm pretty clearly on the side of, I really don't mind it if a difficulty is, like, difficult to beat without game knowledge. Because I enjoy developing and applying game knowledge. Reasonably really depends on the player. Yeah, I mean, I think, like, if you know, one could theoretically imagine like, I think if we all sat down and agreed, like, if it's just an arbitrary player picked up Three Houses Maddening, they would probably have a very hard time, right? Like, sure, Septi came in and said, like, they had a very easy time on Three Houses Maddening blind, and then they got Seteth, and then just owned everything with Seteth. And I think part of that is, like, you know, I don't want to say, like, I don't just want to dismiss Septi's entire anecdote by saying, like, Septi is just very familiar with Fire Emblem games and kind of knows what to do. Just true for a lot of people. A lot of people are just very familiar with Fire Emblem games and just know what to do. Or a lot of people are just very familiar with gaming and just know what to do. I definitely had way more units hit 20 on Maniac Path of Radiance than I was used to seeing on from hard. Like, units leveled up more. Real Staples. What's up, Staples? I'm seeing Shadow listening. All the qualifying language has me rolling. It's an argument of opinion. Yeah, I agree. This is, like, it's largely a matter of opinion. The only thing that I really care about is that whatever opinion I have is, like, stated accurately. There's no right answers as we prefer. I love Maniac and Path of Radiance, but I just wish less EXP for killing units in general. What do you mean? I thought you did get less EXP for killing in Maniac. Or is it because, like, because there was more enemies? Like, is it because there's more enemies you earn more EXP? Because you also earn less EXP per enemy, right? I actually know this one. I didn't finish Maniac mode. The sheer enemy count, I got pretty much all my paladins and Martia to 20 when they otherwise would probably plateau at 15-ish on hard. Oh, really? No. I thought for Fire Emblem difficulty, I believe the XP per hit kill makes the game hard to properly scale balance. I mean, the thing about Fire Emblem is, like, because of the counterattack mechanic, the enemy phase builds are, like, kind of always going to work. Another thing is that a game is meant for a person to have fun. Okay. I do runs where I don't use Bex, but I always have a lot more EXP than runs for hard or normal mode. Oh, okay. For Maniac mode, yeah. And there's a lot of people which will insta-lock hardest difficulties without thinking. Yeah, that's their fault. Like, I think if you do anything in a video game without thinking and then you lose, then it's your fault. And then not have fun because they got rolled. If you do something in a video game without thinking, and then, especially a strategy game without thinking, and then you lose, then it's your fault. Like you're just going to make a bunch of inputs without putting thought behind your inputs, and then at some point you lose. I think that's appropriate. It's on them to adapt if they get rolled. To be honest, like, I mean, if I play a video game on the hardest difficulty and then I, like, never get owned at any point, I might actually, like, get disappointed by the difficulty. Like, what's the point of clicking the hard mode if I never, like, get rolled by anything? We're going, oh, I played a game similar to this, I can handle the hardest difficulty? Okay. What's up, Staples? Oh, wait, Staples, you mentioned earlier. People choose the hardest difficulty, the ones responsible, they chose the difficulty? Yes. I mean, if you make inputs without thinking and then lose, then lost because you made inputs without thinking. It's the same reason so many people aren't willing to put time into fighters. Elaborate on that, please. Into fighters, you mean like into fighting games, right? Yeah. Yeah, please elaborate on that. Because I thought for the most part we were talking about single player games, and now this is multiplayer games. I think that's just ego. Yeah, I think a lot of people like if you play a 1v if you play a 1v1 multiplayer game, you should expect to lose a lot. Sometimes they play the hardest difficulty, but to test the gameplay in the beginning from struggle like badly, I just lower it. I will say, like, as far as difficulty goes, I think that in... Let me say this, like, just specifically for Fire Emblem. I think you should be able to raise or lower the difficulty at any time in Fire Emblem. Maybe not at any time, like, probably not, like, mid-combat animation, right? But, like, in preps, sure. Like, anytime you could lower the difficulty in 3 houses, for example, I think you should also be able to raise the difficulty. I think that's just the best way to do it. And I don't really buy any arguments to the contrary. Fair take. 3 hopes it's raised like that. Good. And if there are rewards for doing the hardest mode, only rewarded to the file that started out on it. Yeah, if you want to make some kind of like achievement, then obviously the achievement should only be earned if you like play continuously in the hardest difficulty, right? Like, sure. How the FR series handles difficulty. What is FR? Also, you didn't elaborate on the fighting game point. Unless everyone else just said what you were thinking of and you didn't think so. Or do you mean FE and you mistyped? If hardest is more difficult, Maddening was hard mode locked, I would understand. To be fair, I agree with you on this point. I think it's a very common sentiment that the gap between hard and maddening is simply way too large. I agree with that. I think it's the fault of hard mode for being too easy. The first time we engaged it on normal mode, which is way so easy to just try the harder one, just have to restart the run over. Yeah, fine. It's fine with which I had the option. Yeah, just like boost it to maddening. The fighting game thing is a little hard to elaborate on, and I'm tapping on phone. Okay. I mean, I'm genuinely interested in the point, so if you had some elaboration, I don't mind if it takes you a minute. Probably we're going to continue down this rant, or this discussion, because it's interesting to me, this discussion. I like that Metal Gear Solid 5 had adaptive difficulty. If you were doing well, there would be more enemies. If you got a lot of headshots, the enemies would start wearing helmets. I like the ability to adjust difficulty when appropriate. Okay. I don't know if I would appreciate that. I don't think I've played a game that does that. But I don't think I would appreciate that. At work, not on phone, autocorrect how? I don't know. In particular, if it went the other way. If I like play a level and I just get owned by the level, I want to continue losing the level until I get good enough to beat the level. The good players would also be able to manipulate the adaptive difficulty if you would only punch the worst players, if that makes sense. Yeah, like it's kind of like why not just give them helmets to begin with, right? Like why wait for the player to demonstrate that they can get headshots before putting helmets on? Now I'll give a qualifier to that in just a moment, but I will say that for the adaptive difficulty, if it ever went in the other direction, I would absolutely despise the mechanic. Like there could be false positives that punish you wrongly. Like here's the thing. You know, if it's painted as something like a strategy game where like, oh, the enemy learns your tactics and they like change their technology to develop your tactics, I actually wouldn't mind that as like a game mechanic, right? I understand the idea that you can't raise the difficulties. Usually you can't bring down advantages from lower difficulties and higher difficulties, like better EXP earlier, but I don't have much feelings to it. I just don't think that's enough of a reason to not have the feature. Like, I understand that basically the sentiment you're expressing. I think that one can have a value system that values, like, say, the integrity of the hard mode. Like, for example, you could value the integrity of the hard mode and say, like, if you're allowed to bring higher EXP from, say, normal mode into Maddening, then this kind of, like, violates Maddening difficulty or whatnot. I don't want to put words in your mouth in this regard. So if I'm just, like, being extremely inaccurate, please just stop my point immediately. But while I can understand that someone could have values that could make them conclude that you shouldn't be able to raise the difficulty in order to protect the harder difficulty from, like, being beaten by resources gained from the lower difficulty, I actually just completely disagree with the value system. I just say, why do you care? Like, why not let them bring in the lower difficulty? It sounds cool, but I don't know how they would code it to identify your strategies. It's to be honest, Islam, like, I don't think you would have to change anything about the coding. It would just be a flavoring thing, right? It would just be like, the flavoring thing would literally be like, the enemies have limited technology or limited capacity to develop, and the things that they will choose to develop, they have limited time to develop their resources. They have limited time to train their troops. They have limited time to improve their forces to counter you. And the things that they will do to try to counter you will be informed based off of the strategies you employ against them. In order to have that, that would be very pleasant for me, by the way. If that were a game mechanic, I would actually be like all over that. I'd be like, wow, that's actually really cool. And to do that, you would actually not need to change anything about the Metal Gear Solid 5 thing that Staples brought up earlier. You would not need to change anything about the programming of that. It would just completely be the flavoring, right? Like, the enemies are trying to develop to your strategies. They can develop in a lot of different ways, but they can't develop in all the ways at once. So they're just going to basically wait until they see your tactics before trying to choose how to counter it. That's just flavoring. And if it were flavored like that, I would actually really like it. The good players also be able to manipulate the adaptive difficulty. Yeah, they would manipulate the adaptive difficulty by strategically choosing which tactics to use during which point in the games and then changing those tactics, which sounds pretty intrinsically interesting, if you ask me. Like, I think it's interesting to identify a bunch of different tactics that you can use and then identify different time spans when you're going to employ each tactic in order to, like, best beat the game in light of this difficulty. I think that just sounds very interesting. There could be false positives that punish you wrongly. Yeah, like, specifically in Fire Emblem, like, obviously, the exact details of how such a mechanic works would be extremely complicated and very delicate to get correct. If Metal Gear Solid 5 did it well, I commend it for doing well. Metal Gear Solid 5 definitely goes the other direction. If you fail enough, it gives you the chicken hat, which is basically a cheat code. Yeah, like, I would despise if it went the other direction. If you had game mechanics with force limitations on the enemies, for example, 3S's enemies only have 5 skill slots, 1 combat art, 6 weapons. It could be a cool mechanic if the enemies started carrying windsweep, you started advantage wrathing, or rapiers if you're using Fortnites. Yeah, exactly. Like, and again, like, how is it flavored? Right? We already abuse game mechanics, yeah. I think it's also that EXP scalers are dumb. That point reminds me of Baldur's Gate 3, where enemies will just run through AoE spells on the ground and basically always kill themselves, and they never learn. I found that was, like, still not really the most effective tactic. Like, kind of found that putting like ground AoE spells, people were talking about like, oh, Cloud of Daggers or Wall of Flame was OP, but I found that they just did like too little damage to be really like meaningful. Like at the end of the day, you're still giving the enemy a turn and just kind of like hoping that your AoE zone spell is going to kill them. You know, it's kind of like Overwatch and XCOM, where like, yes, theoretically the numbers on this thing are very good, but at the end of the day, you're still letting the enemy begin their turn, pass a random event, and then continue their turn if the random event turns out unfavorable. So I think it's also that APCRs are dumb and that difficult should be designed to be difficult without limiting resources. That I would disagree with. I think that limited resources are just a hallmark of strategy games. If you sign up to play a strategy game, you're signing up to have your resources be limited. To what extent? Just depends. But obviously limiting your resources is... Like, if limiting your resources is already part of a strategy game, then like, it's fine. Difficulty that is difficult despite openness is my ideal difficulty. Definitely wasn't the most effective. Enemies never learn, so you can do that for most of the game. Like, you can solve them with prone or stuff like that. Yeah, like, definitely, like, inflicting zone... Like, creating zones that inflict conditions. I agree. The AI was pretty dumb in Baldur's Gate 3. It didn't come up a lot because oftentimes I found the best strategy was to just... Actually, what I was about to say was to like either kill them in one turn or to use terrain. But the reason that using terrain works is because the enemy's dumb. I think that limiting the resources makes you play and planning the part is a strategy. Irrespective of whether or not the harder difficulty limits your resources further than the lower difficulties do, limited resources are part of strategy games. Get used to it, basically. More limited resource in comparison to normal. Okay, that's a fair perspective to have. I don't share it. Like, if I sign up to play a difficulty and the difficulty restricts my resources, then that's what I will operate upon. Matter of fact, you may have noticed a trend in basically every challenge run that I do is that I will in some way limit my ability to gain resources. Or I will in some way limit my ability to have resources from the beginning. Matter of fact, that's almost every single challenge run I ever do on this channel, which I've been running for the past like almost 4 years now. For 4 years, I've been doing nothing but challenge runs of strategy games. And basically every single challenge run is, I will limit my resources further than the game has decided to limit my resources. If that's not the kind of thing you're into, if you just prefer your runs or your objectives to be do more things or complete more side quests, then yes, sure. I also like how FE games handle caps. They handle them very differently. Like each FE game, the caps are pretty different across most FE games. Ironman's are just making your units limited resources. Yeah, I guess Ironman is maybe a exception to that. I just hate when games cheat or rather have rules for me and not for ye. In Prime, my commission FA6 and status tabs and siege tomes walled up, which are very unfun to interact with. True, but also you move first. Like FE GBA caps. Okay, so specifically GBA caps. Okay. Limited resources creates interesting scenarios for the players to figure out a strategy that will work from that. It basically promotes player thought and ideas. Strategy games basically come down to this. You're given a problem. GBFE caps functionally don't exist in vanilla, though. In FE6, maybe they kind of do. I'm curious to see like which direction you take this point. When you say functionally don't exist, what exactly do you mean by that? I'm not sure if I worded it the best way. If you feel like you need to start over the point, that's fine. It kind of matters in 6, not much in 7, 8. If you say functionally don't exist, as in like there's not much difference in performance between having cap stats and having nearly cap stats or having like high stats or whatever. It's kind of interesting if you mean functionally don't exist and that you can't reach them in the first place. I like the enemies don't have to follow the same rules. Serious hack idea. Every map is now also an SOV ambush skirmish where the enemies move first. Yeah. Which Fire Emblem map would become hardest if that was the rule? Like if your first input on every map had to be just end turn immediately, which map would become the hardest? The AI has to cheat to catch up with the player's skill. Yeah, as far as single player games though, I gotta say I do just outright disagree with It's Papalotto. You know, And here's the thing, like, it's Papalato. Some of the examples you brought up are things which are, I can understand being frustrating, but I think that they're frustrating for reasons other than the enemies are allowed to do it and you're not. Right? Probably some Radiant Dawn chapter. Fate's caps do not matter at all. Again, I'm like, what exactly do you mean by this? Do you mean as in like there's I feel as though this is something where like there's a lot of possible details at play, and I'm kind of curious like which ones inform the statement that they do not matter, right? So I think probably in Radiant Dawn Tower, because enemies start like right in front of you, awakening for most chapters. Doesn't it kind of do for killing Takumi? Like for Conquest Takumi? Farm Heroes Arenas mode show what happens if you give the AI same resources, more decision trees. It turns into Rocket Tag. Where just everybody one-shots everybody, and now it's about range and movement. I mean, some people like that. I feel like I kind of lost track of some stuff here. The AI cheat to catch up with player skill, though, if you're given equal resource and equal odds. My reasoning for mentioning is both. Why is it walled in? That doesn't make sense. That's a fair objection. Second, there is no good way to interact or counterplay them. You just have to eat it. You could silence them, you could warp them, you could avoid it, you could let the status step hit you and then restore it. There's a lot of different ways to counter it. I agree with the first one. If you're like, yeah, why are they like locked in this jail cell, basically? Sure, I can agree with that. Maybe like you could just put stairs in the room. In GBA, if your unit has a capped stat with the sole exception of exactly ability, then your unit has enough stats for anything involving the stats. The cap isn't limiting you. In Fates, you can see the cap up to 99 if you want. 99 is also sufficient for any purpose. Okay. The F9 Black Count duel count as a separate map. That might just be impossible if you have to end turn 1. No, because you can still escape. Right, like just have an IQ survives 1 round with the Black Knight and then leave. Every hero's AI is abusable, though. The fact that it's both completely known and determined makes it very abusable. Yeah, I don't think it's a in single player strategy games, I don't think it's a violation of strategy gaming to have abusable determinate AI. It would still be luck for the Black Knight duel. Some new Mystery Awakening maps brutal for sure if the enemy got to go first. Yeah, I can imagine like a lot of these ones where the enemies just have like a lot of really just large aggressive stats. FE6 Chapter 7 sounds pretty brutal if the enemy moves first because rip Zealot. But I guess just go to Sakai. Is it really brutal if the enemy moves first? They can't attack Zealot because Zealot isn't on the map, right? Like the enemy moves first and everyone repositions, then you begin, and Zealot hasn't spawned yet. It might be something like Battle Before Dawn becomes a lot harder. You just get more turns to attack like Jafar and get closer to Zephiel. I thought we had, oh yeah, if you have to instantly end turn, okay, yeah, maybe. Then Zealot exists. He hasn't, like, okay, so turn 2 player phase begins, Zealot exists. He hasn't been attacked yet, but he's just kind of like, he's just kind of like marooned up there, right? Is the issue. I don't know, maybe you can get to him. I don't think it is Rip Zealot. It's probably Rip Trek. Not straight away, of course. Like a turn 2 enemy phase is probably when Trek. Turn 3. We're on his way to bait all the archers, yeah. Can't block him anymore. No, if you're right, if the rule is you have to instantly end turn. Would Battle Before Dawn be really hard to survive with instantly end turn? It's been a while since I played that map, so I don't really I don't have a lot of perspective on how difficult it is to intercept the enemies before they reach Zephiel in regular play. I don't have much perspective on it. Given that you're able to prepare ahead of time. Sure, FE Heroes AI is still very abusable, but units have reached a point where they have 5 threat range and can easily attack you at your spawn point in the first time of an Ether Raids match. Dang. The only map I can think of currently where we start right in enemy range, our Birthright 910. 4E1 in Radiant Dawn. 1. -P in Radiant Dawn is 1. Any others? I don't think 1-9 would be very hard because there's no 2 range immediately in range of Micaiah. Awakening Prologue in Chapter 2, I think. Yeah, some Awakening maps. You start immediately in range of enemies, I'm pretty sure. At least those ones. Some other ones as well, I'm pretty sure. I feel like there's a lot more than Birthright 910. Is Lindsay in range of enemies in the Part 3 map? No. Yes? They can't kill her. Just game over before you even move for prologue? You just instantly lose that map then? Every time? Or maybe they kill Lissa instead. Micaiah survived anyone hit the first 2 maps. Yeah, she survives 2 combats actually. From those bandits in 1-P. How did this come up? Oh, I was talking about, you know, it's unfair because we move first. Yeah, if you think about it, if you fuss about ambush spawns, you should be ending turn 1, right? This is how you should be playing every Fire Emblem game if you don't like ambush spawns. I'm just saying, you know, because if turn 1 begins and you just move immediately, you like think about it, right? The enemies are just there in whatever positions they were, just chilling. And then all of a sudden a crap ton of blue units appear and instantly move? How is that fair? What if Byleth warp skips you in his paralog? Oh my goodness. That would be the real Three Houses experience. Enter a Three Houses map and Byleth just warp skip kills you. We've also managed to get past that reliably and assassin them because you just spend money. I don't really have much context for FE heroes. I just, I kind of assumed it was like a just spend money or a lot of time type game, but that would be pretty funny. Byleth does warp skip you, yeah. Yeah, the enemies can't prepare. Like, think about how unfair that must be for the enemies, man. They're just chilling there. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of blue units come in and just kill them. How is that fair? SMH my head. 3,000 gold. We are rich, fellas. But
Professor.
We have received reports that
why Lord Lanana?
Lord Leno.
a Vanguard Lord Lena.
Even
Warzone.
Excuse me.
this is
Yo, it's
Catherine.
Thunder
She
Strike
will be
Cassandra.
leading
Nice to
this mission.
I kind of just felt like pressing the A button, by the way. No, I kind of like this video. Their sole purpose in life is Sylvain's birthday. The enemies? You have allies who can take beginner exams. Take a look at. I think I will. The thing about like missing level 5 exams is like, you know, the thing about missing monk or missing fighter or missing myrmidon or whatever, I don't say miss, I don't care, is like you can just recruit people. Awakening Prologue, if the enemies move first, then Lissa is Omega dead and you're immediately in a pretty tough spot, but you can probably still win. Yep. Think about it. This map is a fire mini boss, goddess dance, 2 warpers. You can easily bring Wyvern. Yeah. Killer be killed. They disappear if the map is over anyway. Yeah. How many enemies can we spare? I don't actually see a way to save Robin either, but Robin sucks anyways. Yeah, it's not like they're a game over condition, right? But like, honestly, I was thinking about, oh, we only got such and such many people at level 5, but like, you know, we can recruit Constance and Happy and Balthus and instantly have level 5 units. Sounds good to me. Like, what if we just did that? Like, oh no, Linhardt isn't a monk. But Constance and Happy are. Oh. Or since he didn't have Fracture and the Hounds actually were competent in 14, then maybe Diabolical Dance would be scary. That would be cool. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, boy. There's a sword dude in range of Robin. I remember this being able to one Robin. Is there, like, Lord or Avatar priority or anything? Actually, okay, what actually happens? Like, okay, I understand that you can, like, choose your Boon and Bane on Robin and whatnot, but, like, what legitimately happens? The sword dude is also in range of Lissa. Like, okay, here's the thing. It wouldn't take us too long to figure this out, right? We can just boot it up and try. Yeah, but really well-made whale-dot defenses are going to require very good pull-luck or money to go up against. Especially with how super power-craft modern nukes are. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. What Bane and Boon did you choose? Boon and Bane? Is that what it's called? I actually can't remember. Sword boys move before the axe dudes. Oh, for Petra. I should look at this ass before deciding here what I'm gonna do. I mean, obviously, okay, for Sylvania it's easy. You go fighter, obviously. I did plus skill, plus speed minus skill, but Lissa is always going to be a more attractive target. Okay. Do they just... Does each unit just one rounder or no? Banking on that miracle chance? What if she just miracles? It's true. If Heroes Arena is interesting because many top players are free to play and they just win with strategic planning. Looking at the map in AO set, even if Lissa miracle, she still dies. The other guy comes up and kills her? Alright. Asset and flaw. Sometimes it's Boon and Bane. The series is... Yeah, gotcha. One thing I always find funny about Robin is that you can bench him. Oh yeah, no, it's true. For Fergie, because it's Iron Man, I think I just go like Myrmidon. For one, I have 15 strength, so how about I just go Myrmidon? Seems pretty simple. This Fergie is kind of like insane. Look at this. Well, I say insane, but like how strong is this unit really? 15 strength, 12 speed. Kind of good. She got like a couple banger levels. He or she is a bum. Yeah, Robin sucks. Telling you. You know what, these guys, like, okay, for Sylvain, it's actually just easy. Like, obviously, we just go fighter, right? Come on. Cool, we have fighter Sylvain. Unfortunately, the drip sucks. Huh. No big deal, really? I agree, no big deal. I should have, tried to get fighter for that 5 defense on Bernadette. That would have been nice, but we didn't. But if Robin dies, who shall Tharja have an unhealthy obsession with? That's what it is. Is it a hot take to say Fred over Marcus Seth? The issue with those statements is, like, how much merit or demerit do you give a unit for existing in an easier game, right? That's the real question at work here. And by the way, whichever direction you choose to go, I think one could make a reasonable case for that direction. A lot of credit or a lot of demerit. Because if you give them a lot of credit, then you should go the other way. I guess Sigurd is but then demerit. You impose a lot of demerit for existing in an easy game. Interesting. That's fine. Whichever way you choose to go, I'm not gonna like contest it and be like you should have gone the other way, but understanding this is what you've chosen. I'd say Fred is better just because he has more stuff he can help with. That's a pretty good way to put it, actually. He has class changes and pair-ups. Not a hot take to answer the question, it's a common thought. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say such a thing. Then they say Robin's better. What is it? You can clear Prologue without Robin, right? Can't clear without Frederick. It sounds to me like Frederick is better. Alright, I'm actually going to call the stream. Unless someone has a really interesting conversation point. Prologue is certainly doable without thread, but it's quite tough and unreliable. What about Vander, guys? Vander the GOAT. Dukes are strong. It was a fun stream, but I'm kind of tired. Who shall we raid? Let's raid someone's stream and then have this discussion over there. Yeah. Yo, Kirby Master, the GOAT. Based. Raiding Kirby Master, he's playing Revelation, first time playthrough. I don't know what chapter he's on, but he has this, like, Soleil who's kicking total butt. Thanks, Raisins fans, for stream. Yeah, it was really good having you in here. Exclaim Discord. Space Kaboom. That's where we're going. Yeah, join that Discord server. I think I will be streaming tomorrow. It is, like, it is Easter Sunday tomorrow, so there's, like, a lot of family stuff I am doing as well. But I'm pretty sure I'll be able to stream tomorrow as well. Maybe this category. After I'm streaming several days in a row, it's probably going to be a lot easier to do some other games too. I'm curious. I'm actually really glad for, gosh, who was it? Grabon Killer for bringing up the Baldur's Gate 3 run. I could continue that. That'd be a lot of fun. Anyway, guys, enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy Kirby Master's stream. You've been a lovely audience. Please be an equally lovely audience in Kirby Master's stream. I love you all. Have a good night.